This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St. Lucian Seamoss Company, and I am live at the warehouse tonight. I'm going to do the live stream from here as I work and put together labels for packaging. And yeah, let's get in it and see what you guys want to talk about Seamoss tonight. I'm not doing Instagram because my account was hacked, unfortunately. So I'm on TikTok and I'm on Clubhouse and YouTube and Facebook. So definitely, if you guys want to catch me there, that's where you can catch me. I'm going to put a link into the chat. I think everybody should be able to see this. And this link, you can copy and paste it, and it should get you into the room. Hi, by boring, celebrating the fact that I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but yeah, sometimes these talks can get a little boring. You know what I mean? But I'm here to answer the questions, and hopefully people are interested in knowing more about Seamoss, because that's what the show's all about. It's, you know, and if you haven't heard about Seamoss, it is an amazing super algae that's found in the waters. You know, there's different types of algae, but the one for picking up of you, sorry to say that, no problem. I'm not even sure what you're saying, but yeah, so the algae comes from the water, and it's got lots of nutrients, and yeah, it's really good for you. Yeah, yeah, you sell it. But no, I'm here really more to answer people's questions because, you know a lot about CMOS, but not everybody knows as much as I do. And in case anybody who doesn't know who I am, my name is Julien. I am one of the co-owners of St. Lucian Seamoss Company, which is a company that exports sea moss from St. Lucia. We sell mainly Garcilaria and Euchaetema, and yeah, you keep saying I'm boring, but yet you're still here. So obviously, I have to be somewhat interesting. And you know, considering what other stuff I've seen on TikTok, you know what I mean, I would say that I'm probably middle of the road. But the reality is that this show is boring when it's just me talking. Straight up, I know it. I'm not going to hide it. Where this show shows the most value is when people contribute and they're willing to I guess ask questions, and so we can exchange dialogue. You know, this is not a one-sided sort of like I tell you how it is kind of show. This is more of a discussion show where we talk about different topics, and sometimes it's not always about CMOS. All right, you gotta go. Take care. Thanks. I appreciate you guys coming in to watch me. And let's see if there's anybody chatting that wants to come in and join me on the discussion. If anybody wants to join me live on TikTok, let me know. I'll send you guys an invite. Um, and I'm willing to answer all my questions. I run a Facebook group on Seamoss on it's called the Seamoss Buyers Club. So if you're really serious about Seamoss and you want to learn more about it, it's a good place to go to. People are generally nice and friendly, and they're all open to like learning new things about Seamoss. For those that have never seen Seamoss, maybe what I can do is put some gloves on and show you guys a sample of it. So this is the Seamoss right here. This is a beautiful Seamoss. This is, I believe, Garcilaria. Although Euchinima can really look like this too. And so this is the gold Seamoss. It's generally the stuff that you see most on the market. They also have purple and green, and they have another one that's like a mixed colored. And so it's not like each flavor or the color has like different properties. They definitely taste different. The colored ones, the purple, the full spectrum, they're going to taste stronger than this. But for the most part, I feel that they're the same. It's just, the purple has more of a, logically it has more nutrients because with the process that they go through with gold definitely strips out a lot of the stuff in it. It kind of like cooks it a little. It like blanches it. And but what I find is that that kind of sterilizes it, or how do you say it? Disinfects it, because this is coming out of the ocean, and inside the ocean there's all these like microscopic critters and bacteria and stuff like that, and so that kills that all when they do the bleaching process. I mean, but purple is so beautiful. I can understand why people like it and want to buy it. Not throwing the salt off it, but here's some of our prize purple. I should make sure I'm on both cameras. And you know what? I wasn't even showing. You know what? Move this like that. There we go. So this is our purple Seamoss, and beautiful color. You know, the colored Seamoss is not going to be as firm. It's going to be a lot softer and sort of fresher than the gold. But this is, chock full of nutrients. They say that the colors will represent the different phytonutrients, but honestly, there's really no proof of it. I haven't found any scientific proof, so it's more of a theory. But my advice with this or with any sea moss is, just try it, and if you like it, then keep using it. If you see effects from it, then yes, that's the whole point in taking it, right? And so. Um, Everybody's going to have their own opinion. There's no right or wrong answer. And so my advice is, you want to test this, you want to test Connor's Christmas, you want to test all the CMOS, you know what I mean? And then, when you like one, that's the one you like, but that doesn't mean that that's the best one. That's the best one for you, you know? So I'm going to put this away. And so, yeah, if anybody has any questions, like, let me know. Uh, and I'll be happy to answer them. And if you want to come on and talk, like, send me a message, and I will link you on that. Oh, if this video is showing up in the Seamoss Buyers Club. Yep, I see it there. No one's putting any comments. Been having a problem lately with seeing the comments. So, you know what I just realized? I'm logged in as a different user. I need to change that. I haven't changed that. That being said, let me know if you guys have any questions. I really didn't have anything, planned out to talk about. I figured since I was in the warehouse, I'd show you guys some CMOS. I would, you know, I got to get labels. I'm doing a lot of packaging for my upcoming trip. So I want to make sure that everything's all kind of like stocked up and ready so that I'm going to have to bring some staff in here. And when they come in here, I just want them to kind of put the stuff in the box and put the label on, and we go from there. So look at this. Our first question here is, how do you store dry sea moss? You really want to store dried sea moss in a cool, dark place. Um, you don't want it in any direct sunlight because that can cause like a fading and stuff like that and dry it out more. You don't want it too moist because then that could the sea moss will absorb anything in the area. So if you're in an area that's moldy and musty, then the sea moss is going to start to smell moldy and musty. You put in an area that's really damp, the sea moss will absorb that moisture in the air and become soft, and then it could grow mold on it. So, like I said, you want it in a cool, dark place. You don't want it in a like a tight, sealable bag. You want it to be able to breathe, but not too much because if it breathes too much, then it can dry out faster than it needs to be. And I find that softer sea moss is better. It's not like the quality's down because we sell a lot of dried sea moss, but I don't know, just appearance wise, preference, I find softer is better. But like other people will say, I like the hard stuff. And, let's go. I mean, that I'm not right, I'm not wrong. You know what I mean? That's what I like, and so everybody has to have their own choice. I hope that answered the question. I wasn't too rambled on. I have to jump off the camera real quick because I have to go and grab some bags. I'm back. Oh, did you miss me? I gotta get someone to come in here and organize this place. It's always like a one-man show here, and I do a lot of besides selling sea moss, we sell a lot of what's this stuff? What would you call it? Like liquidation stuff. Sell a lot of we'll buy like closeouts. Like if a business is going out or places being liquidated, we'll come in and buy a bunch of that stuff, and then I'll flip it on Facebook Marketplace. Hey, what's up, King? Thanks for joining on this Facebook. So I made a lot of these labels, but I just looked and I see that I have a ton of these already made on bags. So I don't want to stick too many of them on. So I gotta make more labels, different flavor. I think I'm gonna switch soon to printed bags and get like either the sticker to put on the bag, or I'm gonna get the bags made. But I'm gonna get like we're gonna go and get on it and get the logo and stuff. Because what's so funny is like people spend all this time on logos and stuff, but like if you look at what we use as our logo, like this is our logo, you know. And then I'll just show you there. I think it's just the sun, the name, when we started, you know. Like people care a little bit of a logo, but in the end, like it's I guess it's like kind of like this. You can focus on the logo, and then the logo selling your business, or you could focus on your service and your quality, and the logo That's what sells the business, and the logo doesn't matter. The logo could be anything, and people wouldn't care because that logo, whatever it was or whatever that symbol is, they would represent it with quality once they understand what your product is or what you're offering. And so I always tell people when they're starting businesses and stuff like that to not focus so much on a logo and focus more on the systems and the marketing. The marketing is key. You know what I mean? You have good marketing. Um, you get in the right people's faces. You're going to sell a lot. You know, that's just facts. You know, so to me, I feel in business, not enough people focus on their marketing. They focus more on their logo. They focus more on their packaging. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, your product doesn't mean shit if no one sees it. You know what I mean? And that's where marketing comes in. And effective marketing will allow you to reach more people for less money. You know what I mean? Or effective, efficient marketing. And so that's something that you really need to sort of focus on and educate yourself on. Like, not enough people spend educating on that sort of that area, and so they need to do. Even I should be focusing more on marketing. I spend more of my time in the warehouse putting labels on this when I could be studying marketing stuff and executing campaigns and stuff like that. And yeah, you can always hire people to do it, but I feel like if you know, I always feel like this. You always want to start and learn it on your own. Practice, see what it goes, see how it works, and then you hand it off to someone. Because when you do that, you understand what you're what they're doing better. And so when they try to talk shit to you, you know that when they're talking shit. So furthermore, when you want to communicate your information or what you want to accomplish, you are more effective at communicating because you can speak almost like their language. You understand what they're going through and how they apply the product and how they make it work. And you might be able to figure out, like, I've listened to some guys where they're talking about the work that they can do and stuff like that, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I can get you 4 ROAS," and I'm like, "Well, you know what? If I really put my mind to it, I've gotten 10 on some campaigns." And so, you know, are they going to fight to get 10 ROAS? Are they going to come back and say, "Look, I did 4. 4 is great." I don't know, right? But I know this: I'm willing to push myself to get the 10, and I'm not going to really settle for 4. You know what I mean? But if I was working for someone else and I knew that, 4 would make them happy, you know, yeah, sure, really realistically, and when I think about it, I would probably go for 6 or 7. But would I shoot for 10? How, like, I guess, like, how much would you go through? And the reality is, I believe, is that, or here's the thing, you can't. It's not even the reality because I don't know what everybody does, but when I think about it, it's like you have to expect the possibility that these people are not going to work and do the work you are at. I think the only way you can maybe change that is if you created a culture and an environment where everybody that worked for you was like loved you so much that to them it's like the more that they did, the more they showed their love, if you know what I mean. And that's not hard to achieve, but some people don't think about that, you know what I mean. And I know, like, when it comes to being an employee, which I'm not really someone that's happy about being, culture is everything in the work environment. How I have to deal with people in that area means a lot. And, like, I know I work in real estate, right? Before I got into Seamoss, and the company that I worked for, before that, I worked for another brokerage, and I hated it there, and the culture sucked. And yeah, sure, the guys were nice and this and that, but, like, just the overall sense of the way they ran the business and stuff like that, it just, like, I felt like it was more like everybody was just kind of like on their own, and No one was like they shared information, but it was all kind of like ha ha ha, like it was like they weren't like really genuinely caring about wanting to make everybody succeed. Then I go to this other brokerage, and the culture is completely different, and everything's all supportive, and all the training is like modernized and updated, and you know what I mean. They really sort of push you to be the best you, and it's like, and my business just it took off, and so my point saying is that this other place had a better culture. It had an environment where people wanted to push themselves harder. And so, in addition to marketing, when you get to that level where you have to scale and have to build a team and stuff, I think it's almost just as important to think about the culture and how your employees are feeling and treated. Um, you know what I mean? Because they're the ones that are really going to come down to whether you really make it or break it, because you can't be in every place everywhere. You know what I mean? And these guys are going to have to be kind of like your ambassadors. And it couldn't even not even be you. It could be like the fact that you hired some people that turned around and were kind of like a poison in the business. And so that creates a negative culture, and you allow that to kind of continue. So, Ed 40 years, where can I find out the benefits of the variety of Seamoss that you distribute? Um, the best place is to kind of Google the species and show. We have some information about some of the benefits, but there are a lot of other sites. One site I find that's really good with a lot of information about Seamoss is called Detox and Cure. And so that's a guy named Matthew. He's based out of like Australia, and yeah, he has a lot of great information, not just about CMOS, but a lot of different health products. Ashwagandha, like changa, Siligiat. I don't know. It's just tar stuff. Someone gave it to me before. I thought it was amazing. In fact, I have to go find it and try it again. I like taking it with the tea. And if I mix that with some sweet Bailey tea, oh man. And I tried lemongrass. We got some lemongrass, and if you guys haven't tried that, I think you should check it out. I don't know if it's on the website yet, but I'm gonna try and see if I can make some time to put it on the website before I leave for St. Lucia, which is pretty much 1 week today. So 1 week today, I will be in St. Lucia. I'll probably do a quick live stream, let you guys know I landed, and to let you know I'm safe, and give you a view of where I'm staying and stuff like that. And so watch out for it. Actually, I'll probably do one of these shows that's kind of live stream, but I'll do it from St. Lucia. So that should be pretty cool to check out. See how that goes. Which fuck, I need to buy a new laptop by then. Oh, everything to do. I think tomorrow morning I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna make a list of all the stuff I gotta get done before I leave for the trip. But it's pretty exciting and scary at the same time. Like, I'm going for a whole month. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to leave everybody here in charge for a month while I relax. Well, actually, the first 2 weeks I'm gonna relax. The last 2 weeks I'm gonna be just hanging out, meeting with some old friends, different farmers. I'm a part of a Seamoss association in the south end of the island, and so I'm going to meet up with a lot of those guys and discuss, because I think we're trying to get more organized so that we can then start getting into different various byproducts besides just selling dry sea moss, to get the association in getting into selling powdered sea moss. So Ed says, I'm in the U.S. and I'm interested in selling sea moss movies. You know what? That's a good idea. I think one of the things that are really starting to pop off now is the whole Seamoss drinks and the Seamoss lemonades and stuff like that. I've seen a lot of people get started in it, and they've really done well because, you know, it's the one space that, like every. It's not to say that the Seamoss gel space is saturated because I don't think it isn't, but I don't think that the drinks are being as exploited. And for many of the people that are getting new into CMOS and they're trying it for the first time, having a drink already made from you is a very low level of friction of entry. And so it's very easy for them to kind of try a CMOS smoothie or try a CMOS juice or lemonade or whatever, where the proper gel, amount is, there's a certain amount of anxiety that one goes through when they first try. Like, is it enough? Am I doing it right? Am I gonna die? You know what I mean? Like, you tell them, I'll just drink this, and you'll be fine. It's like, oh, okay, no problem. I can drink this. You know what I mean? And so, boom, bam. You, they take it one time, they like it, they go, and the drinks are great. They're probably a way better margin than doing the gel, you know. Although, depending on how you make the stuff, you probably have to invest in some good quality juices and stuff like that. Because if you really want your drinks to pop, you don't want to cut on the the products that are used to make it. You know what I mean? It's just gonna bring down the overall um, level of quality for the product. In case anybody's wondering what I'm doing, I this is how I make my packaging. I print these labels. I use a Brother QL800. It prints out black and white thermal prints, and I basically print them on these little labels. And then I made this on a little app that they make it, so it's all black and white and clip out or whatever. This took me like 10-20 minutes. So I made one template, and then I just changed the name for each one. And then I made one for each size. I think I did the first one size, and then I, based on the size of each other bag, I measured it and then made it the size, and then I kind of shrunk everything to fit. So it took me like half a day to build them all, you know. And I figured the reason why I kind of did it was I needed to do labels fast. I didn't want to wait. I already had sales going, so it was like, oh, I just got to put something to show it. And yeah, I was like, I'll get to the labels later. 2 years later, I haven't got labels yet. You know what I mean? So I think I may even this trip and see if I'm gonna go and get that done. Cause I'm gonna go hire some guy down there on the island and get them to whip something up for us. You know. And so, by the way, Ed, let me know if you have any questions. You can shoot me a message afterwards. Even now, here, if you have any questions about the CMOS and how you want to make the gels, you know what I mean? I'm open to having a conversation with this. Hey, Michael. Yeah, I'm sure you could put it in the soda stream and then, like, after the drink's made, mix the gel in it. You know what I mean? Or you could have like I don't know how it would work in the soda stream. You might even want to put it in before. I've never even used the soda stream, to be honest with you, so I wouldn't even know how to make it work in the first place. I gotta get this printer fixed. Sometimes because this printer is so old, I have to like unplug it and plug it in. So here I'll show you. This is the heart of the operation. This goes down. We're all going down. Okay, but yeah, this is the printer that I use, and it's simple. It's a QL700. They make a QL800, but I bought this like years ago. Years ago, I can't even remember why I bought it. I think it was making labels for different stuff, and when it came down to like, oh shit, I gotta make labels. What am I gonna make them of? I was like, well, wait a minute, I got that printer. I'll just make some quick labels, and at least it'll look better than just slapping it in a Ziploc bag or an empty bag. Because definitely people would look and go, oh, I can't tell if this is green or if this is purple or whatever, even though you can look in the bag. But let's not go there. You know what I mean? Printer from your Kingston Road days. Yes, you remember the Kingston Road. I remember I used to. So there's a guy on the line here named Michael Lee. He knows me from growing up in high school, and I used to throw parties. And I'm pretty sure when I used to throw the house parties, I would make flyers and print out. But I know I did a lot of like I would rent out banquet halls and do a lot of parties in the banquet halls. Those were good times. And I mean, I don't think you can do parties now like that anymore. Places get shot up and shit like that. But back then, everybody was all love, and there wasn't any issues like that for sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. Oh, what was I doing? Oh, I need to print more labels. Start the machine up. Let's go. There we go. And so while I print that, I want to put that. Look, I've had some pretty steady people on TikTok. I'm pretty amazed. Yeah, let me know. Definitely reach out to me. Let me know what questions you have about Seamoss. I'm happy to answer anything, even like, give you some tips or advice on how to get started, where to go, especially in the marketing thing. Because you could have the best Seamoss smoothie, but if no one knows where to buy your smoothie, or if you're telling all the people that don't care about a smoothie, then what I mean, you're gonna have a problem getting your business going. It's gonna be pretty tough. Pretty tough. So I don't know how many of these I should make up. Maybe I gotta make like at least 100. Because so what's crazy news, and I don't know how I should like handle it. Well, I mean handle it like it's a big deal, but I think we're gonna reach 5,000 sales, like 5,000 orders, and so yeah, like should I do a prize giveaway or some kind of promotion or something like that? You know, that would be cool. I know I was supposed to do a promotion before, and then someone else I knew was going to do a raffle, and I kind of like held off because I didn't want to compete with them on shit. And then I got busy and never got back to it. So it looks like I just, never made it happen. I should get back to that. I thought it was a cool idea. I was gonna like sell tickets basically to a raffle and raise money for the farmers to get them like different equipment and stuff that would help make their job easier and more manageable. I mean, some of these guys are going into the water for 8 to 10 hours with no wetsuit or no sort of protective clothing, and like it's cold in that water. In some of the areas, and not only that, but there's these things called sea lice, and so they feed on the sea moss and then around the sea moss, and so they'll tend to come out and start feeding on you. And it's I've had it happen, and it's like imagine a lot of like all of a sudden your whole body feels like it's stinging. You know what I mean? And you're just like, what is this? You know what I mean? And then you move out of the area and it's gone. And so what it is they're all biting you. It's crazy. I remember when I first felt it, like, and it's so funny because I went with my buddy, right? This guy I knew, right? And we go on the farm, and he gets dressed in full gear, and I'm like, this guy's weird. Why is he going in with his pants? But I was like, whatever, must be a Lucian thing, right? So I get in there, and I start feeling these things eating at me. And so I was like, oh, is there something with the water? And he's like, oh, yeah, yeah, that's the sea lice, da, 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 da. That's why I'm wearing the clothes, right? And I'm like, oh, well, you couldn't. He's like, it's big around this particular area. And I'm like, oh, well, you couldn't tell me? Like, you're just like, oh, whatever. Yeah. You were in St. Lucia in May, beautiful island. People stayed in the south. Yes, that's where I'm from, the south. Like in Viewfort area, Viewfort, Opicon. There's also Mikud, and Savins Bay, and all those little areas up along the coast. That's where all the Seamoss is. Prale, Prale. I'm always pronouncing it wrong because it's Prale because there's no the N. I think is sound is silent for the I N because when you look at it, it sounds like Prale, but it's Prale. Well, whatever. Lotion. I can't wait. It still's not like really settling in. Like next week, a full month, I'll be there. Oh my gosh. Yes, I'm really excited, and I'm bringing down a drone. Even more excited because what I think I can do is I think I can fly the drone all the way from my my house all the way to the Seamoss farm. I think it has enough range that it will do that, and if I can do that, that'd be awesome. But what I'm worried about, I think if I fly it all the way there, it's almost like I might not be able to fly it all the way back because there's so much wind there. And when you're driving the drone, the wind is like not really good. Oh, so you stayed at the resort right by the airport. So you stayed at Coconut Bay. And you know what's crazy is the right by where Coconut Bay is where our Seamoss we have a Seamoss farm right there. They farm a lot of Seamoss just off to the side, out of the way of the hotel. And so you Michael, you got a Mavic Mini. Nice. I have I think they call it a Mavic Mini. I got the DJI Mini, the Mini 2. I got the second one. But they got this new one, a Mini 3. I wish I had waited. Got that one. Like it has so much new features. And I think it's for the same price as the old one, but I guess that means I gotta get two. So probably get a new one, and I'll leave that one down in St. Lucia. Probably when well, actually, fuck, I know that I'm not bringing it back, so I'll leave it down there for them, and I will get a new one when I come back home. Yes, really interesting. Get more info about Seamoss and how I can distribute the products. No problem, man. I can show you everything you need to know about how to get into the Seamoss business, how to sell the Seamoss. I mean, there's obviously work that you're gonna have to do, and I can't tell you every little single thing. It's gonna take me forever, but I definitely would be able to answer most of your questions and help you wherever you're getting stuck. I mean, really, this business, any business, it really comes down to the your desire. You know, your desire and your consistency and your effort, which is really desire too, right? If you have a strong desire, you're going to put a lot of effort into something. But I find that too many people think that they want something, but they're not really willing to put in enough desire to actually push forward and make it happen. You know what I mean? And I think that's really the kind of key to success is like how much desire are you willing to invest or put forth to this? You know, because if you're willing to like watch TV and not work on your business, then do you have the right desire? You know what I mean? Or is your desire to relax greater than your desire to run a business? You know what I mean? These are all questions we need to ask ourselves to understand ourselves better so we know what we want. Because I think too many times people don't know what they want and they think they want something, but they really want something else. And a lot of times they want something because what they think it will make them appear to other people and how they see. And really, it doesn't matter what people think if your happiness isn't important. You know what I mean? Like if you're not meeting your happiness. What's up, Yusuf? What's going on?
What's happening? Chilling.
Cool, cool. Me too. I'm there, just working at the warehouse. My Instagram got hacked.
Oh, okay. I figured that. I was just about to ask you
Yeah.
that because I was like, nah, he wouldn't have been. He wouldn't have said that. He would have just said it all live.
Well, what's funny, right? So the hacker guy is calling me, right? We've been fighting all since Thursday, back and forth. Like, give me my fucking account. Oh, give me my account. Because I'm doing stuff that's blocking him. And so he'll, like, right now he's messaged me telling me, look, I'll give you your account back. Just log back in and send me this code. I'm just like, no.
Yeah. That code, when they send you that code, that give them access to your account. What you need to do if you have another phone, change the phone number on it once you get it back. And or if you can erase it, don't put a phone number on it because that's how they get you. They get you through a text message.
Yeah, that's how they kind of got me. They got me through this text message, and I wasn't paying attention, and I was so fucking like, oh, what? It was one of those things where I was like, after it was done, I was like, wait a minute, what did I just do? You know what I mean? Because I was doing like 5 other things at the same time, right? So I wasn't paying attention, and then I realized that I was like, what? Why would I do? And then I was like, let me check my thing, and I go to change all this shit, and boom, bam, you know, he got me. Got me. Man down.
Yeah, that's crazy. Cause somebody else, one of my friends, his account got hacked. Another guy, and he was sending me stuff saying, yo, all you gotta do is put your number in the account, and then I'm gonna send you a text and give me that link. I was like, hell no. You know, I kept beating around the bush. I was like, nah, my partner don't even talk like that. So I went to like texting how we talk, like, you know, the slang, the New Orleans slang. And I can see now, like, now that person's too proper. You know, like that's not my partner. So I knew it was somebody trying to scam.
Well, I even told the guy, I'm like, bro, you're wasting your time. Like, give me back my friggin' account. None of these guys will buy, like anybody in my account. I go, none of these guys are even interested in Bitcoin. I go, they will not buy Bitcoin off me. So you're wasting your time. Because I got all these calls where they were like, what the, who did you do this? And I'm like, no, blah, blah, blah. They're like, yeah, man. I'm like, I wanted to call you. I'm like, you know, I like you, but I'm not buying any of your Bitcoin. Get out of here. This and that. I'm like, no, man. You know what I mean? I'll tell you how to buy Bitcoin. I wouldn't show you all that shit. Come on. You know? Anybody can buy Bitcoin. You don't need all that help. That's why I always tell
my person don't want to give you the account back. Bro, for that.
Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, send me the code and I'll do it. I was like, bro, just log yourself out, take your shit, and go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like. I'm not sending you nothing. I'm not doing anything. I'll just wait for Facebook, you know, to get back to me. Because obviously it's doing something now. If he's out, you know what I mean? At least I said, at least you can't continue to message all these people with your stupid requests for buying Bitcoin, which is true, you know. Oh well. So what town are you in now? What state are you in?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, nice. It's hot.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, it's hot. It's hot out there. I can't wait. I'm gonna be in the hot. And actually, I don't even know.
It was like 112, 115, something like that.
Mm-hmm. I gotta spend, I think, tomorrow night, all night, going through my stuff because I have like things everywhere, and I want to get all my stuff together for the trip. Like you gotta have all your flip flops and all your, summer shorts. I don't even think I've taken any of that out of storage or even know where it is because I've been moving around so much. But I plan to take 2 suitcases down, and then I'm gonna leave all the clothes there. And then I'm going to come back with Seamoss in my suitcase.
Okay. So you about to go to St. Lucia?
Yeah, oh, you didn't know that? I'm going next. I'm going next week, next Sunday.
Okay.
So this Sunday I will be in St. Lucia.
All right.
Yeah, and I'll probably do some live streams from there.
Cool.
Yeah, man. So you'll see me going in the water and stuff. Because I was saying that to someone today. I'm like, these guys don't know the access I'm gonna start doing, because like the phone I have now is like waterproof, so I can totally bring it in the water with me, and I'll go right into the water.
Water resistant or waterproof?
Well, it's water resistant till 30 meters for up to an hour. It's like the iPhone 12.
Yeah.
So they, you know.
But yeah, that's cool though. That's cool that you going there because you actually can show way more than everybody else. Like everybody else can talk about it, but you can actually show them.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think anybody really like now that we say it, I wonder, like, I don't think people really have a comprehension about the level of access that I can get. So yeah, Michael, you do need to come down. Give me a shout. I can get a place. Even if you want to come down to use it. I have this like really amazing, cool ass. And actually, now that I put it together, and we've been saying this for a while, I'm gonna look this up. I'm willing to put together a Seamoss retreat where you come down and I'll have a house together, and I'll show you the place that we'll rent, and it's like basically overlooking uh, the Seamoss farms. You know what I mean? And it's a beautiful house, and I can get like a cook to come in and cook all our meals and stuff like that. And then, you know what I mean? I'll come in and take everybody to the beach and stuff like that, and we'll go on the farms.
Yeah. That's cool, man. Cause we did something like that when I went back to the Bahamas. We brought a lot of people with us to this guy up there that deal with herbs, New Life. We stayed over there. And we was, he was showing us all the herbs and all his products and stuff like that. So that was cool. That was like 2017 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It was a while back. Yeah, that was cool. I know people that do that. Fully go there.
Mm-hmm. Got sidetracked. I'm looking up the place to show, but I just saw this warehouse space, and it's got like total area like for like doing either light manufacturing, wholesale, retail distribution, call center. Actually, St. Lucia is pretty big for call centers, but
Yeah.
people never knew that. But I'm looking not for Seamoss, but there's other businesses that I think we can run like an like importing stuff onto the island.
Yeah, y'all definitely need that. That would be something good.
Yeah, totally. So I'm gonna pull up this listing and show everybody what I am talking about. Maybe I'll get some people excited about it. Those though, there's other people that can't see, which is unfortunate. But show it go. What am I doing here? Sharing the screen. There it is. Share screen. Chrome tab. Luxury villas. So yeah, it's a really nice place, dude. It's like all white. It's got a pool. You know what I mean? And it's got, I think it sleeps like 8 or 12 or something like that. Because it's got like 4 or 6 different apartments. Like I think it's got 4 2-bedroom apartments. Yeah, and it's all furnished and nice. And so we could get a whole. I think that would be cool if there was like a group of maybe 10 people or 12 people that came down at one time, and we all stayed.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Fuck yeah. Bro, the fun we would have, you don't understand. You know what I mean? And I would rent a bus. I'd have the bus like rented so that like every time we want to go places, I'll take you guys to the Friday night jump up. You know what I mean? We'll get different fish and shit. I'll just show you all like the different cultures of St. Lucia. Go to like the Sulphur Spring. Like it won't even just be just like, yeah, we'll do Seamoss, but I'll incorporate like so much other shit on top of that. Yeah, that would be cool to do. Yeah. And then have someone come and cook like all the meals. So everybody eats like all like traditional St. Lucian food, or you know, stuff that like the locals will eat. Fresh goodness, and probably do you know, like if you're a vegetarian, would have that kind of covered and stuff. Bro, there was one place my partner took me to in this town called Castries. I think it was, maybe it was called Ital Vital. I can't remember, but it was like a vegan place, and they had this like plate that they would get, this take to go thing that was all vegetarian on it. And so he would order that, and it was something like $10 or $12 or something. EC, which means like in Canadian it was like $6. I think in US it might have been like 5 or 4.50. Like it was crazy. Like when he brings this plate, you're just like, what? Like all this food for that price? He's like, yeah, man, yeah. And so we would split the tray and eat it together. And yeah, man, it was a good time. And it was like, I remember like kind of being like, yeah, this is like some of the best vegan food I've tasted. Although I don't taste a lot of vegan food. I should taste more.
Don't diss them too fast.
Yeah, just keep it real. This is nice. Pool, and you know, I think this would be a cool thing to do.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Oh, the
like
air duct cleaning collars. Yeah. What? What'd you say? No, someone made a comment about the air duct cleaning collars. Oh, bro, those are the most. Well, you know what it is too, and I realized this after a while. They share the calling list with other people, so I will sell you a list of numbers to someone else, because every 2 weeks it's like they call again, and the guy will call me and pretend like he knows me, but I know he doesn't know me. You know what I mean? Because it's like, bro, how could you not, like, you're acting like we just talked. Like last time we talked, we were yelling at each other. Hey, buddy, how's it going? I haven't talked to you in a while. And so, you know, I finally told him, like, I don't live in a house. I live, and that was the mistake, because I never called them. I never knew what they were. They called me out of the blue one day, and they were like, "Oh yeah," and they sold me on it. I fucking had it. Them, they were going to come to my house, and this is where they messed up. They asked me what time to book, and I told them come at 9 o'clock, because I was going somewhere at a certain time, right? And then or no, I told them to come at 10 o'clock because I didn't want to wake up at 9. And then they started calling me at 9 o'clock saying they were there, and I was like, "Fuck off! Like, beat it! Like, I told you 10 o'clock." Come back at 10, and they didn't want to come back at 10. And I was like, too bad, so sad. Bro, at one point, I was so trolling them so bad that I was booking an appointment with them. Like every time they call, I'd be like, "Yeah, come there," and I would just like knowing I wasn't going to be home, I'd book it for a time like that. And one time the guy's like, "Buddy, what's going on? Like, why would you do this? Like, you keep you keep booking these things and you're not showing up. What's wrong with you? Why would you do that?" I'm like, "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? You keep calling me and rebooking." Like, yeah, you think after the third time, you're mad at me for doing, but you're the one who's calling me all the time, and he hung up the phone on me. What's up, Asa? Asa? Is it pronounced Asa or Asa? I keep forgetting.
It's
Asa.
Asa.
Asa, yeah.
Yeah.
Like the is
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's it going?
Nothing much. I was trying to tune in earlier. I think last week I hopped on super late and y'all was just like about to hang up. And I was like, damn, I missed the whole thing.
Oh no.
But yeah, nothing much. Just out here living it up.
Living the Seamoss life. How's business going?
Actually pretty good this last week. I was just getting sales like every day, and I wasn't even doing anything to attract that. It was, I guess, just around that time everybody's stocked up it.
Mm-hmm.
But I had one girl bought 2 jars, and then she liked the flavor so much that she bought 2 more, and she just bought another one today. And like her family like tearing it up.
Nice.
Yeah, which is good because I tell them like don't be like keeping the fruit ones for too long.
Yeah, you want to kind of consume them quickly.
Yeah, I think eventually I'm gonna branch away from that. Right now I get pretty good money from it, but eventually I'm gonna branch away from the fruit infused and just give them recipes or something when they order their gel so they can put something up on their own just because of the fermentation and all the different things that comes with making the fruit. It's just a hassle.
Mm-hmm. I think in the future, what's going to happen is people are going to go, like I've said this many times, people are going to go to a central guy who knows what they're doing, like almost like a gel chemist or whatever, and get their stuff bottled, because the real labor, I gotta stretch my back here. The real labor in this job is in that gel job is putting the bottles together, like making the mix, and then you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Bottling it. So.
Yeah. And like I don't really feel like coming up with recipes like down to I put a cup of this and this much agave or whatever. Like that's why I don't bake because I don't like to measure. Like, just too many steps.
You miss one step, everything messed up.
Yep. And for me, it will take the love out of it. Like when I cook, and I cook for people and stuff, like I know what I'm doing because I've been doing it for so long that like if I had to stop and really do all this extra stuff, then it's not that fun for me anymore. And it's important to do that when you're making this type of stuff. So I can always say that and be like, every once in a while I'll have like some kind of special where I'm doing that, and it kind of draws people back in when sales are slow or something.
You can also, you can change your methods on how you make the gel, because there are ways to reduce the fermenting time. Like some people use,
really?
some people use powders. I know a lady that actually cooks the fruit. She gets great results with that because she says the fruit's really only there for flavor. It's not there to whatchamacallit, it's not there for any sort of nutritional value, really. That's what you're taking the Seamoss for. So she's like, you're taking the fruit mainly for the flavor and the taste. And so yeah, she by boiling the fruit, it turns it into like a dead thing, and so it won't ferment or cause or it will ferment, but not as quickly.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, I can experiment, but I would probably be one of those people that ends up just paying somebody else later on
Yeah.
to bottle it for me,
Yeah.
or buy a wholesale already made.
Mhm.
So I wanna do less work.
Mhm.
And
So if that's the case,
yeah,
you really need to focus on your customer, like your database, because that's really where the money is, right? And so
yep,
if you can cultivate a good database or a good like client list, customer list, then when you switch to someone else doing it, it's just about you marketing that product and stuff. It's like that, especially for real estate. Like all our money is in the repeat referral business. And I'm like at a point right now in the career where it's almost like I don't even market for real estate. I get all my people call me, and they're either like someone recommended them, or they're like, there's someone I did business with in the past, and they're calling me back to do more deals.
yeah. You know what? If later on I might get into like the Airbnb stuff. So I was driving Lyft,
Mhm.
and there was a young lady who I started talking with about Seamoss, and she heard of it, so she's gonna order some. But she's actually like helps traveling. She works for an agency that helps traveling nurses get jobs and stuff. And she ended up, I guess, wanting to move out of her condo because she bought a home in LA. She's from Boston,
Mhm.
and she talked with her landlord into subleasing the condo, and she's been making money off of the condo for like 2 years doing Airbnb, and now she has another property in Houston, and so I was like, I'm gonna look into that one and see how that goes.
Let me know if you need any help. I used to do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's why I mentioned it. I was like, I know you know something.
I used to be paid by Airbnb. They used to pay me for every person that I would onboard as a host. So I would train people on how to be super hosts. Hmm. So here's the thing, though, in what she's kind of like not telling you is that in Airbnb, in any sort of VRBO or short term, what they call executive stay, there's ups and downs. And so there will be times where you might not be able to make the lease payment because there's no bookings, and so you still have to make that payment every month, and so it becomes really you need to really balance the cash flow. And in some ways, you can't take any money out of the business until closer to the end of the year when you have a better idea of how much return. You know what I mean? Like I've had clients that I was working for where they didn't rent the place for 2 months. You know what I mean? But in the last few months, they slam dunked it, had it all booked at high periods, and like you can make really good money, right? But you have to study the market that you're trying to get into. Make sure that you have a unit that is appealing. You know what I mean? And that people will want to book because there's 50 places, and if there's only so many places in there, and there's not enough people to fill all those places, they're all going to book the places that they see are the best fit. And sometimes it's not even the nicest looking one. Sometimes it could be the one that was priced properly based on the features and the amenities that it offers. Some people want to stay at a place that's $10 a night and not $200 a night.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's what she was saying, that she's been booked except for in September. There was a few weeks where she wasn't. So it was like a short car ride. So, I'm not going to get everything out of 20 minutes, but it was appealing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would definitely like look into it and like take my time. I'm not in a rush to like, oh, I got to get into this now, but I'm definitely trying to find ways to get that mailbox money where I don't have to touch it. I don't have to do much other than study. I can use my brain.
Yeah, I hear you. Airbnb is good. It is still work, right? Because you're gonna have to deal with, unless you hire a service, you're gonna have to deal with the check-ins and checkouts. You're gonna have to deal with the post and pre-cleans. You know what I mean? Because those are gonna really determine whether you get a superhost status. And superhost status is like the shit. Like you need that in order to really make any money.
Yeah, because I know I look for that when I rent one.
No, totally.
I'm like, I want the best.
Now the good.
Pay $200-$300 a night. Gotta be good.
Now the good thing is that there are other platforms besides Airbnb, and if you create a good enough business, you can basically leverage all the different platforms and stuff. You know, I was at a point where I was managing 15 doors, 15 different separate units, and I had them on, I think, like maybe 4 or 5 different platforms. So I had them on Airbnb, VRBO, right, which is Vacation Homes by Owner, Bookings.com, Roomarama, Flipkey, and then I think there was another one else. It was like booking. It was one. It wasn't Bookings.com, but Bookings.com owned them. It was some kind of like hotel booking thing. Like there's so many of these platforms, you know what I mean, that a lot of people use, and then on top of it, you can advertise in classifieds and stuff like that because a lot of these businesses, a lot of people are bringing people in for temporary locations, contract or whatever. They're looking for what they call executive stays, where you're booking for 1 or 2 months stuff, and those are the clients you really want because they stay there for an hour. Like, wow. I had one guy come and stay at one of my units for 9 months. He was studying English. He was taking a PhD in English. Oh, like they make those?
9 months.
Yeah.
He must have some money on him.
Yeah, he was finishing his thesis or something like that. But it's for some places it's cheaper than a hotel, and you got all the furnishings, and you know you got a kitchen, which you won't get in the hotel. You know it's actually more expensive to do in the hotel. But there is a site that you want to check out called AirDNA, and what AirDNA is, it's basically a statistical website that takes aggregates all the data from Airbnb and creates like basically graphs and stuff to show you like what areas are the most producing, how much can you expect to make in this particular area, because sometimes it's a matter of like being on one side of the street or the other, you know what I mean, you're on the wrong side and it takes too long to get them somewhere, you don't show up properly in the search, and you know that's lost revenue.
Yeah. Oh, that's dope. I'm definitely gonna check that out.
Yeah, man.
That kind of reminds me of when I first started driving Lyft, and I was on like Lyft and Uber, and like jumping back and forth for like get rides and stuff, and seeing which one was gonna give me a better ride.
And that's the thing. Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, that's the thing with the like. And that's when I was at the point. I'm sure they've gotten better, but at the point I was doing it, I was investing in getting I had a website where it basically, like, if I booked something on VRBO, it would take it off Airbnb, so you couldn't book it. So it was like basically like a bookings manager, and then it handled multiple channels, which is like ill. So imagine like you're on Lyft and thing at the same time, you get a better deal on Lyft, and then automatically it shuts you off on Uber.
Yeah. That's dope.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool.
You're a one-stop shop, huh?
I wouldn't say I'm a one-stop shop, but I'll say this: I know a lot. There's a lot of things I know. There's a lot of things I've done. I've done pretty much every single job, except for trucking. That's the only job I haven't done. But I've done so many different jobs. But you know,
don't do that.
I used to be a Chinese chef, so I
What?
work I work I can cook
What?
like yeah man bro I can cook mean Chinese like hot and sour soup
Man, I've
and
been trying to find out how to cook like, bro. You know how hard it is to find out. You know how hard it is to cook like that. Nobody teaches
yeah
you, even books.
yeah. So funny story is when I was growing up, right? I was like I would say I was a dropout, but it wasn't because I wasn't good at school. It was like school wasn't a challenge for me, and so I would all the time not go to school, but get good marks and stuff. And so one time I got, I think they kicked me out or something, or I dropped out because I wasn't. Like, I think it was like I didn't go to enough classes to complete. Even though my grades were good, I didn't complete the minimum required time in class, so they weren't going to get me the credit. So I was like, ah, fuck you, forget it, I'm out of here. So my mom's rule was like, if you didn't go to school, you had to work. And so I got a job in the neighborhood working for this Chinese restaurant that was just opening up. It was like a fast food chain called Holy Chow. You know what? I think if Mike is still on here, he'll remember Holy Chow. Actually, I have two funny stories to tell you about Holy Chow. So the first one, I'm working at the restaurant, right? And so um, we were training for the Chinese food and stuff. Now, this is an all white staff. Right? Everybody's white except for me. I'm the only black guy. Their big thing was like they were like, yeah, we're opening up the first non-Asian crew, and if this is successful, then this means that we can replicate this and they gave this big speech about it, and they like tried to hype us up, like, the almost like the weight of the company is on your shoulders, like you go. So these guys are all like high fiving, like, yeah, America, like, yeah, you know, down with the Asians, like we're gonna show them how to cook Chinese. Like, I'm sitting here watching this as like a 15-year-old kid, like, is this serious? Like, okay, whatever, you know. And I'll never forget it. They fucking prepped up like 3 weeks worth of food. And the opening night, we went through all 3 weeks worth of food. And it was because they had brought in this Asian guy to officiate all the dishes. And these guys kept messing it up and they weren't getting the dishes right. And so the guy was just like relentless, like total, like, no, no, like total soup nuts. And these guys were just like getting demoralized. They're all like, ah, ah. And so in the end, like, I ended up quitting the job because, in addition to being the only black kid, I was the only black guy in the thing. I was the youngest guy, so they were shitting on me like fucking left, right, and center. And the straw that broke the camel's back was when I was working, I think, 9 days straight, and I was supposed to get 2 days off. And then they turned around and told me I couldn't get the 2 days because this dude who had already gotten his time off wanted to take more time so he could go to Kitchener to see his mom. And I knew it was bullshit. Like, you're not going to see your fucking mom. You're probably like, you know what I mean, going to party or whatever you were doing. You know what I mean? So I got so pissed off. As soon as I got my check, I was like, yeah, I'll be in tomorrow, no problem. And I ghosted, like, gone. And so I think a month later, I rode by there on my bike, and all the staff was fired, and it was all Chinese people. Like, they didn't even last like 2 weeks or something. They're all gone. Like, wow. It was like I left just at the right time. I was like, oh, dodge that bullet. You know? So another funny story is the same place, right? I ended up getting a job at their call center. You know what I mean? So they call in to order food. So their big thing, right, was that you could order the menu and order by numbers, right? So you say, I want a 135. Give me a 267. You wouldn't have to say that. That's what they were kind of saying. Oh, order by numbers. You don't have to tell you what it is. We'll know what it is by number or whatever, right? So I answer the call. I have my headset on. Hi, welcome to Holy Chow. Blah blah blah. He's like, yeah, I'd like to place an order. I get his information. I said, okay, go ahead, place your order. And all of a sudden I hear this beep, beep, beep. And then like yeah, and I'll have a beep, 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 beep. Excuse me, what are you doing? You're like, what the fuck? He's like, what do you mean? I'm ordering by numbers. Like acting like I'm the idiot. Like, what are you talking about? Like, bro, that's not how you order by numbers. You have to tell me the fucking number. You don't press the number. Like, how am I supposed to read that?
Oh,
That was so funny. I think this was like early 90s. Like, I had to be, I'm pretty sure it was like 16 or 17. So we're talking 75, 85, 90. Yeah, so it had to be like 95, 96 or something like that. That was doing this. And this was back when I used to DJ. Yeah, I used to DJ.
That's why they say.
Huh?
That's why they say common sense ain't so common.
Oh, bro, there's no common sense nowadays. Oh, not at all. Something they put something in the water. I swear. Like, you know what I'm talking about too. Like, there is not a lot of common sense. I think too that it comes down to like the people watching too much TV. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of the people that are like sort of like lacking the common sense, they've just been like, they're usually people I know that watch copious amounts of television, and those that don't watch TV, they tend to be saved. You know? Oh, that's me.
I have like a few things that I watch where I just too busy, and not even too busy, like where when I want to get to where I want to be, so I just need to utilize my time well. And there's plenty of years where I didn't, and so I'm not accepting that anymore for myself. So TV can wait; it'll be there.
Yeah.
But
No, you can record it too nowadays.
Always reruns.
Yeah. No, I realized that one day I found myself looking for something to watch on TV. Like, I have other things I could be doing. Like, why am I looking for something to watch? Like, I'm avoiding doing what I have to really do. You know, what I want. So.
Yep. So, like, for real, like, if I'm watching something, I could really be reading into business or whatever it is that's going to help me get somewhere versus feeling like I'm being entertained. When really, I'm not being entertained. It's just something to have on. And I'm not even really into it for the most part, unless it's like a documentary on something I'm interested in.
That's all I really watch nowadays are documentaries or educational shows. So London asks, is your Seamoss real? Yes. All Seamoss is real. There's no such thing as fake Seamoss. Oh, that's a good thing. Hey, well, let's talk about your newfound discovery. I seen you went down the rabbit hole, Asa.
Oh, yeah. Man.
Fake Seamoss, huh?
Well,
yeah.
I don't understand why people say it's fake.
I know. Fake? Like, what do you mean?
Because I'm like, what is fake? What does fake mean? Is plastic? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, it must mean it's plastic or something.
Well, this is the thing. Fake is, it's not to say it's plastic, but when you have something that's fake, it's made out of a material other than the real stuff.
Other than what it is.
Yeah. So how could it be what it is and be fake? It's not like these guys put some fucking chemical soup into the ocean and all of a sudden this like simulated Seamoss forms. You know?
It's like people saying the fruits in are still fake. You're like, no, they're not fake just because some GMOs don't make it fake. It's just genetically modified.
Yeah, something in there. It's just not how we used used to have it. How stuff used to just grow like that.
I'm trying to figure out how people keep saying fake Seamoss. I don't understand that. Then they talk about the color. Seamoss can be white. Seamoss can be white.
Yep.
White. So I don't understand why people keep talking about gold, beige. It comes in so many different colors. It's a shame. So, you know.
Hold on. 1 second. Please.
You're breaking up.
In the Matrix, man.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
GPS. 1 moment.
No problem. We will wait. No problem. I got all night to make labels. Because I can't wait till I'm relaxed. I think the first 2 days I'm gonna like sleep like a baby because I'll have nothing to do. That's what's gonna be crazy. The first few days where it's like I have, I want to do a bunch of stuff but have nothing to really do.
Somebody else with their seatbelt on.
That reminds me, I gotta call tomorrow and set up the phone, turn on the electricity and all that shit. So we were talking. Oh yeah, she's still messed up. I was gonna say we were talking about something with her, and then I realized she's in a bad area. So Yusuf, sorry, go ahead. Asa, you're back.
Yeah, what? What was that?
I'm back.
Okay, I'll get to what I was gonna ask you in a second. Now that Asa's back, then we can continue about. Tell us about your Seamoss research journey.
Oh, man, I'm like, when something's stuck in my mind, like I have to keep looking until I find something to kind of settle it. So like, everybody's always talking about again the fake Seamoss and like Seamoss getting its nutrients, and they're so gung ho about it, but they're just accepting whatever is. I'm going to generalize because I don't know every individual person. Some people might do some sort of research, but for the most part, their responses tell me they don't. So I'm like, so if you go online and you're Googling Seamoss and 92 minerals and rocks and all this stuff, the main thing you're going to find is not from like scientific websites or marine biologist website or anything like that. It's going to be on a person selling Seamoss website telling you the same thing. And everybody's websites are always saying 92 minerals and this and that, and Seamoss this, ours is wild harvested, blah, blah, blah. And there's nothing that you can really find under the word Seamoss. So I switched it to algae. And when I started researching algae, I was like, whoa, okay. So basically algae, what I found is that they don't have a root system. So everybody's talking about how Seamoss attaches itself to rocks, and they automatically think it's the roots, and it's not. So it's basically its body parts are called like the thallus, and Dr. Sebi has mentioned this word thallus. I just saw a video earlier, but the thallus is every part of the body, these little cells or whatever that absorb nutrients directly from its environment. And so it's different from a land plant where they actually do have roots that go into the soil, and they don't get the nutrients from the soil, they get the nutrients from the water in the soil. So plants live basically off of water. And algae just get it directly from its environment. And so then they want to talk about about it attaching itself to the rock. Well, that's called hold fasting, and it's just anchoring itself so it doesn't travel.
Yep.
And so I've read several different articles, and it's saying it's not for it to get nutrients, it's just to anchor. Now, I will say that if it can get nutrients from every part of its body, that it is very possible that it's getting some sort of nutrients from the rocks. So, but it doesn't mean that anchoring itself so it doesn't travel. Attached to it is bad. So there was that part, and then
Seamoss attached to the side of boats too.
Yeah, I was like, if you're down there long enough, it's gonna attach to you too. Like, it's a living thing, and shit, it likes to hug. But then the other thing was like people being so against farm Seamoss. And I will admit, when I first started selling Seamoss, I only had so much information to go off of. So I was always asking for, does your Seamoss come off the rocks? Is it coming out the ocean? And like trying to act like I knew something. And not act like it, but just going off of what I knew. And so then I found out, actually watched a video of a guy that was attaching the Seamoss to a rope. And he didn't do anything but anchor it to the rope. And Seamoss already anchors itself. It wants to like chill out somewhere. So Seamoss regenerates itself. And not just Seamoss, but algae, period. So if one piece of it breaks off, then that piece will grow into a whole other batch of Seamoss. And the part that broke off will heal itself and continue to do its thing. And so people that are farming are not doing a disservice or taking any minerals or anything from the Seamoss. Now, there may be some that are doing something extra that we don't know about, but for the most part,
that extra is just speculation.
So there's no extra.
And we have no evidence of it. So
I've been there. Trust me, if they were doing anything extra, I would have seen it. There's no way.
There's nothing extra you can do. Like, what else extra you can do? Like, what is nothing extra you can do? And the thing about getting some form raised like that is more conducive. It's healthy. At least you know where it comes from, the water comes from, everything like that. Instead of getting some stuff that come out the gutter. So you have to think about that. And you can't Google Seamoss. You have to actually go buy books.
That's what I've been learning. But I wanted to do that part because the average person is doing that. So I wanted to see what they were seeing. And I'm like, okay. And even today, I was like, damn, I need some books. And I think Julien may have sent a link with some information to me or in an email. I'm not sure. I'll have to check.
One of the best ones for you to look into is called, let me see, because I have so many of them. One is called Seamoss Edible, Available, Sustainable. That's what the book is called.
Okay.
So look that book up. They also have one. They also have one. The book is basically about the seaweed and mushrooms, because they're both somewhat similar. So as far as how they spread in spores, let me see if I can find that book, because I actually think I have the book, but I don't think I have it on this phone. I have a new phone. Yeah, I don't have it on here.
That reminds me, that's what I'm gonna do. And when I do go on my trip, I'm gonna go and download a bunch of those PDFs, and I'm gonna read them on the plane, because I usually can't sleep on the plane. And although I think I'm gonna get wasted this time, because this is how like life works and how God is amazing. So since day one, we've been running everything off a credit card, and so we have collected a lot of points. So I used the points to go and book the flight. And so what my wife was able to do was find these tickets for these prices that basically you could buy first class, and it came under the cross. Like they give you a credit, right? So they'll give you a credit up to I think $900 for the flight. This flight came under $900, and it was first class, and so I'm flying first class, me and my dad, and we didn't pay for the tickets. They all came on the points. You know, that's pretty awesome.
What?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, God is good.
And then he's talking about getting wasted.
Yeah. Hey,
You
you know,
drink wine.
God's okay if you drink a little wine. I think it, you know, the problem, and it's not just with like alcohol, is with anything. It's when you become a slave to that item, when you put that item before God. Like I'm never going to miss church because I was out the night before drinking.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like that's not going to happen. So to me, that like it's okay if I get drunk in a while, as long as, well, it's like it's okay to drink. It's not okay to really get drunk, because there's a story in the Bible where I think, who was it, David or someone, where he got so drunk and his daughters like seduced him because he was drunk, and he woke up and he was naked and he was like all hurt, like upset because it was like blasphemy or something. Do you guys read the Bible? No.
Oh.
I mean, not so.
Yeah, me too. Hence why I don't remember the exact
Say,
story.
have you read the Bible? That's a big book.
You know what?
I said, it's crazy to me when people say, have you read the Bible? Like, that's a lot of books.
But you know what?
No, but it is something good to ask people. But at the same, because everybody don't follow the same religion, so people don't. A lot of people don't like me.
But I think this. I think there's power in just reading the book, even if you're not a believer.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you read the book, you listen.
A lot of wisdom.
Yeah, not only just that, but even just the way the language is, like opening your mind to be able to follow the flow of the text with the grammar. It takes, you have to be certain open minded, and I think that opens your how do you say it? It opens. It kind of like levels up your frequency. You know what I mean? So by reading this book, it unlocks things in your mind.
Yeah.
That's what I believe.
I have to get back into it. It's been years.
Because I live in. Sorry?
I was just gonna say no particular reason why. I just fell off.
Mm-hmm. But I have a completely different life than my brother and my sister, and like, if I had to look at one thing that really differentiates us and our way of thinking, it's I read the Bible and they don't. They're very, like, not to say anti-God, but they're just kind of like, they're not religious at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, where I
that's kind of like me as well.
Yeah, like where I walk with a Bible everywhere I go, and I'll be honest, I haven't been reading it in a while, but especially when I was in St. Lucia, I read it like almost every day. I made it a point to read at least 2 pages a day, and I felt like there was a lot of power and stuff like that, and I even fasted while I was down there and stuff. So,
Oh, when I go, I can't do that. I gotta get all the lobsters and scrimps.
Oh, I can't wait to get some rock lobster. Down there, you could get the lobster is like they say $4 a lobster, $3.50 a lobster US.
What?
Yeah, for a rock lobster fresh. Because I got what was it? I got 10 of them for 90 EC, which is 45 Canadian, and that's like probably a little bit less US.
Dang.
And they were fresh, like all live and everything. He had just like captured it that day or something.
I actually will fast when I go. So I actually messaged Janine today. Because I don't know if I told you I was thinking about going to Puerto Vallarta for like 3 to 6 months. with a friend of mine to just work on like my personal health and all that before I like really get my business going. And I was like, you know what? It would be a better idea to get out to St. Lucia because then I can learn the business while I am doing my thing. And so I messaged her about like maybe get them hosting me while I'm there and like maybe working for them while I'm there so I can just kind of like maintain for a few months. So I am gonna plan on doing some like fasting and health stuff. But I think like the first couple days, I'm for sure getting, I'm for sure gonna try some stuff out there.
Oh, that's awesome. So you're gonna go down there and stay for a bit and kind of like work and help them?
Well, I just touched the guy touched with them today, and she mentioned that they're possibly going on vacation in July. So I told her I was like, I'm in no rush, whatever, like in divine timing, however it works out, but it would be amazing. And she said that she's gonna look into it. So I'm just grateful for the thought or for them even thinking about it. So. But that's the idea is to like go work for them. So I was like, I really don't have anything to take care of other than like make my car payment. So that's all I'm worried about taking care of. And then just having a little something on me to get around the island and stuff. Other than that, it's mainly working on my health and then learning the business. And it'd be so awesome to learn directly from the source.
Oh yeah, Matthew's a great teacher and he has a lot of knowledge. I think it's a great idea for you to do that, and I don't think you'll need much to to survive while down there. It's like the cost of living is not that expensive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and plus it's like a slower life. Like I feel like when you go to the islands, it reminds you of how stressless life can be. When you live out here and you just allow yourself to like succumb to, aka the real world or whatever you want to call it, this type of world in the U.S. You forget that like life isn't meant to be lived that way.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'm gonna go out there and do my thing and come back popping and ready to go.
Yeah, get all it.
I know. Oh, sorry. I want to tell you about the book. The other seaweed book is called New England Seaweed Culture Handbook, Nursery Semester. I actually have the whole book on my Instagram page, like every page on it. So.
Oh, what's your Instagram?
Shit. I am _ Mr. _ YOUSSEF.
Yo,
Yep.
okay. Julien, I see your ad on it popped up for me. So let me tell you. First off, I didn't know it was your ad, right?
Yeah.
So this music playing and all that, right? I'm like, it grabbed me because it's like you don't want to get scammed. Okay.
Yes. That's
yeah.
see what you gotta say.
And then it's the angle. Okay, first off, it looks okay. I'm gonna tell you, it looked a little like it looks like almost like retro, right?
Yep.
So it looks like you recorded it off an old camera. So I'm like, what? And I was like, this. Okay, so I'm like, okay, cool. And then it had the music going, and it had me just because I wanted to see where it was going.
Yeah.
And then you hit it with the raw Seamoss company. I'm like, yeah. I was like, all right.
Thank you. I'm glad you liked it, and that's the thing. It's the marketing. You know what I mean? You have to pull them in, and I'm glad it worked because I've never had someone describe to me the ad. Like I always think that that's the intention that I'm going for, but like, does it really work? You know what I mean? And so,
Yeah, it got me to the point where I seen the name, and then I'll probably but when I watched it until I watched the whole thing after I seen the name, but I seen when I got me to the point when I seen the Russ, I was like, what the? I was like, oh man, you got me. Because usually I skip them joints. I didn't skip it. I had the point to skip it, but I don't know if you had at the 5 second mark when you got it in before it can skip.
oh, I
don't know.
I think as long as you watch the first, the first 30 seconds or so, it's like as long as you do within the first second. But if not, dude, don't worry about it. It's like
it's not no. It's not that. It's not that. I was trying to figure out to the point where you had my attention all the way to the name. What I'm trying to say, because when I was conscious of who I was watching, I was like, this fool got me, because you got me, because I watched it all the way until you, and so I probably watched it past the skip part, but I don't know if I did or not. I'm just saying, like, usually I skip those ads. I'm just saying you actually got me, because how it was angled, how it was drifting. It was drifting, angle, and all that, and it got me like, you don't want to get scammed. Like, yeah, I was like, what?
yeah. I'm gonna play it now for everybody so that they can see it. And it's the song, the music too gets you. You know what I mean? Like it.
The music got me too. I can't lie, the music got me. It got me too. You pleased my ears, my eyes, the visuals, and all that. So, and my curiosity, grabbed my curiosity for sure.
Is that you that just sent me the request?
Yeah. From Nature's Club, I think.
I think so. Yeah, my page has the profile as a dog on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go to my page and look at I guess it's the highlights, it's gonna say seaweed culture. That's the book I'm talking about.
Okay.
And that runs you through everything. I also have the lab work on the consciousness as well. It's like the real lab work.
I'm curious about lab stuff because I'm like, there's so many variables of what you can test for. Like, there's so many different types of seaweeds. They're growing in different waters. They're, different colors, different whatever. Like, I feel like it'll be never ending. Like, to test all of the seaweeds to see if they're, equal or whatever.
But even then, like the nutrient value and stuff could change depending on the time of year and when you harvest it and how you harvest it and how there's no way to control control all the variables. There's so many variables. Like it's crazy the amount of variables. It's just like
I don't want me to regurgitate it, but used to when Julien was talking to when he was talking to freaking Alexio, I had asked him, and I had dropped your name because you were the only one to see the actual facility that Seamoss was growing in. That I mean, someone that I can say said they seen it. And
it's all in the U.S. Like you can Google this stuff. It's not like a secret.
Yeah, well, this is what I tell people. No one's sitting there going, "Shh, it's the fake kind." You know what I mean? Like these guys that make it, they're proud to show it off that they can synthesize the Seamoss.
And that's my thing. That's okay. My big thing, really, I'm trying to type. Oh, real quick, and I'm gonna jump back on. When I was trying to type in your name, you said to keep on popping it useful. And I was like, what the hell, man?
Because he's useful. He's so useful.
He's so useful. That sounds like a freaking stripper name, bro. Oh, here comes useful. But like I was freaking. But the facility, freaking egg, man.
That's fucking fun.
It's not like facilities like a lab. It's facilities as an outside. It's basically the same thing that Swarm instead of you forming it inside of the ocean, the water is pumped out of the ocean into tubes, into these tubs, and the tubs have seaweed in it, which it moves around. It's not attached to anything because the water steadily moves. So that's how they grow it. They grow with seawater. They don't put anything else in it. They do that to all seaweeds. Everything you get out the store. And everything you basically buy anywhere. Like it's still seawater. It's nothing added. It's not taken away from it. So it's a cleaner way of doing it, and it's an easier way instead of going back and forth in the water. Plus, it's safe. So,
all right.
I mean, safe as in far as you don't want to get bitten by a shark. So,
right, and that's okay. This is where this is my posing question, because in the future, listen, when it blows up, right? It's not if and if everybody's saying it's gonna blow up, right? So with that
it already has.
Okay, and it's going to go even more. So when the money comes pouring in, like when everybody starts putting their anchor down and they start to pour in, like for real, right? It's gonna be a time when they're gonna try to make it. They're gonna try to facilitize and get it when it's more easier, way more cleaner. They're gonna want basically.
They want it to look picture perfect. They want it to look like a restaurant. So with the best stuff you can ever get, if you want everything to look the same, is from those people because it all looks the same. The closest to that, no lie, is what Julien has.
I know it.
Yeah, the look of it is picture perfect. So if you want something that's all you're gonna get the same product all the time, those people that grows it, they grow it all offshore, but onshore, those people product is gonna always look the same, like identical.
So check me out. Hear me out on this one. This is my thing. What I think in the future might happen, right, is they're going to go ahead. They're going to go to St. Lucia or the Bahamas or wherever they want to go, Jamaica, Trinidad, right? Where they can go to St. Lucia, bro, and they can buy some land. Let me finish
they don't have to do that.
I know, but no. Let me finish this so we can hear what I'm trying to say. If they consider using, it's not that, it's the waters. If they can say this is coming out, we're using St. Lucia waters, that's the difference. They could differentiate themselves, just like you can, man, friggin' A, man, when you drink your Fiji water, or what's that one,
you think Fiji water actually come from Fiji?
But it doesn't matter, it's the name, exactly. That's the point.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. They're not gonna go to St. Lucia just to do that.
But it's not just but they have to.
And they're not going to build tanks when they can get the stuff in the ocean. Like the water's free.
No, they need the base there. Look what I'm trying to say though.
No, I get what you're saying. Is they're not going to do that.
Okay.
Because it won't be smart for them to do that. Because you already have China and the Philippines. They are the main source of that stuff coming to the U.S. It's simple. You can get that stuff for $1 a pound. If you want trash, you can get $1 a pound. It's not as high as you think it is. You can go to Alibaba. You can go anywhere and find the stuff that comes from these places. It's just, are you sure you want that? Like you have to, you have everybody saying this stuff from this is wild harvested. No, it's not, because if you wild harvested it, it would be way higher. It would be super high, and you don't have people diving like that all day 24/7.
But if they can prove it, but if they can look, but you said if they prove it, if they prove that, right? Look, check me out though. If they prove that they wild harvested, their price is gonna boom. And they can keep that price that they have because they prove
that doesn't matter though. That doesn't matter. No, I get what you're saying, but okay. If Julien was an asshole, Julien can actually do the same thing. Hey, I have wild harvested and I have farm raised. And guess what? He still can.
What do you mean? I have it. I have it.
Rocks in the box to see that you.
Some extra dirt, some sand.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Like, that's funny. Throw some rocks. Yeah, some seashells. I'll go to the dollar store and get a bunch of like seashells and just smash them up and like there. Now you like put some hot glue.
What's that?
You see the seashells in that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now you know it's real. Here's the funny talk. Even the stuff that's farmed has seashells and all that shit in it. Okay, and little crabs and stuff. But yeah, but they're told to clean it out. That's what they clean it. That's part of the training. I read a manual that shows like all step on step about how they do farming. I have it here. I was going to show it, but then I was like, you know what? This is pretty top secret shit. I don't even want anybody to know I have this book. If you knew all the information on this book, it's crazy. You could literally start your own Seamoss industry.
So, okay, you talking about a book?
Mm-hmm.
What is the book? Is it a book that's telling you how everything started?
No, it's called. I'll give you the title of the book. It's called. Let me just go to the front. And what's insane? This is how connected my partner is in Seamoss. Not only did he give me this book, which is called. I'll just share the screen here. Seamoss Farming in the Caribbean: A Practical Guide.
Thank you. Yes, I have that book, and I have the one that's from Africa as well.
Yeah. So
it's simple.
So just to tell you, so in that front cover, the guy that's on that front cover, that's my friend. He's no longer here. His name's Jason. He passed away last year. Which rest in peace, Jason. So I know that guy, and the guy who wrote the book, I have his personal number. I called him and talked to him. He told me so much shit about Seamoss, like insane stuff. So you want to know where Seamoss gets its nutrients from? This is how the Seamoss gets its nutrients. The rain falls on the soil up in the heights or wherever. That water percolates and comes down and feeds into the rivers and goes out to the ocean. That's what the Seamoss eats off. It eats off nitrates. And so its job is to really, as the fresh water is coming out of the in and entering the ocean, it cleans up those nitrates that would cause like an algae bloom or an unset balance of the chemicals in the environment. So it's like we've always known it's a filter, but that's what it's kind of filtering out. And so the reason why you see a lot of the Seamoss farms closer to shore is that as the water comes off the soil, it permeates into the land, and you know what I mean. The closer you are to the shoreline, the higher concentration that is. Now, that being said, sorry, I was going to just finish off this point. That being said, St. Lucia has one of the most fertile soils in all of the Caribbean, and I think that now, knowing this information, that is probably why our Seamoss is regarded as higher quality. So it's not just the nutrients in the water, but it's also the nutrients that are running into the water. And this is through the volcanic soil and stuff like that. Okay, go ahead, Yusuf.
Yeah. They have another book. The other book is called Tropical Seaweed Farming, Trends, Problems, and Opportunities.
I think I've seen that. Yeah. I haven't read it, but I've seen the title.
Look that book up. And I have most of those books. I have the one, I have the, let me see, this is the United Republic of Tanzania. It's basically a book showing you how to farm it. It goes through everything, the harvest and everything. Like it's a lot of books. A lot of people just don't want to really get into the books. They'd rather Google something to try to learn, but you're really not gonna learn anything. I basically have all the signs, but I be trying to tell people where to go to get the stuff from. Like they'll be listening to them. Oh, he's black. What are you talking about?
You don't know what you're talking about.
But Yeah, man, it's so many different books. I'm actually taking screenshots. I'm gonna put them up. You know, but most people are not gonna look at it because they're like, "Oh, Dr. Sebi said," so they're not gonna look at them anyway.
That's what's crazy, and I wonder how many people actually see like the posts that I make when I'm doing these live streams, because you'd think with a group of 9,000 plus that there would be more people watching these live streams, but I do realize that like a large portion of the people that are in that group are Dr. Sebi fanatics, because when you post something from it, it's like you all of a sudden you see all these users that you didn't even know were users in the group because they've never talked or contributed. There are so many leeches in there. It's not funny.
All right. If you, Julie, if you really wanna, if you, I can't lie, if you really wanna get there, like the algorithm to go crazy for you, do exactly what you're doing. But you can just make conflict. You know, like even though I know it's messed up, but that's how. If you do just like basically go hard on like basically just basically just I'm gonna prove Dr. Sebi wrong, and you kind of ranting about it, and you're just gonna get like basically the white knights to come defend it, which is okay, but with that conflict, even though it's gonna, I don't know how you can take it, but that will make the algorithm go crazy on your behalf because
everybody's gonna share.
And especially if they listen, even sometimes you're gonna have to lose some battles. Like not saying in the fake, not the war, but talking the war.
But real at the end.
Listen.
I don't want to interrupt you, but here's the thing. My goal is not to get as many people in this room. Do you know what I mean? My goal is not to kind of like go viral and stuff like that. To me, is like I have zero interest in that. My goal is to share information for those that want to learn. And so if I have to like manipulate the algorithm to get more people going, like I don't think it is. People see it. People know it. Like you put a post up on speaking negatively of Dr. Sebi, and all of a sudden there's hundreds of people coming and talking and making comments about it. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'll put posts in that group just to see what people's reaction is. And this is the funny thing is like if you know me, then you know this. I can't hate someone I don't know. Okay, so I have no issue with Dr. Sebi at all. You know what I mean? And that's never been my problem. My problem is, and what I've been doing is trying to make people aware of what the truth really is and what's going on. You know what I mean? And because at the end of the day, this misinformation is more than just like misinformation. It's affecting people's livelihoods. Think about that. There's people that would be getting paid more money and selling more Seamoss if it wasn't for the fact that this well-crafted farm bullshit. And it's bullshit. Because when you do the research, you realize what Seamoss really is. It's not exactly what Dr. Sebi. He was selling Seamoss, guys. That's what kills me. He was selling all of his products. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's not to say that like just because he was selling it was wrong, but just because he says it doesn't mean it's true. Like people make it seem like all he was like freely giving this stuff out. Like no, he wasn't. He was charging money every time you see these videos. They were saying that this is part, I think, of the reason why you only really hear about him now is because now that he's passed away, it's like the information he used to charge for can be freely given. And when you give it out freely, that's when it kind of goes viral. That's the whole reason why the Seamoss Buyers Club is so busy, is because it's a free open space platform that people can buy and sell Seamoss. Unlike any of the other groups that they have on Facebook. Not one of those groups does that. There's no group on Facebook that is dedicated for the sole purpose. They always hide it under like Seamoss and herbs or this and that. And many of the groups, they all started as these groups that these people who started them were using them as a marketing tool to basically control their sales and stuff like that. And they limited who bought them and stuff like that. But what they missed is that the true marketing tool is to allow it to dictate the market. Do you know what I mean? Like to allow this to be to be open, and the only reason why Seamoss thing is successful is because I gave it free. Not only that, but a lot of people don't realize this, right? But this thing is linked to my Facebook group, my Facebook page. So many of the business that I run ads to and I capture business on my Facebook, like on my business page, they end up finding this group, and I'm sure I'm losing business. Do you know what I mean? Or potential. To me, it's not even business, because that's what I was saying to someone the other day. It's like, if you come to me and you drop me because there's someone else was selling the same Seamoss for 50 cents less a pound, were you really my customer? Was it really business? You know what I mean? Like I can't rely on you or count on you. So you were never really my customer. So I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that kind of rant.
Hey, real. Are you on Instagram?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram, but I don't. I
was about to send you the books that I was talking about, and you can get all those books from the websites I sent in the chat.
All right, I have you on Instagram.
For real?
Yeah. I only made it for y'all. I swear, I only made this Instagram for you. And I made this for y'all. Clubhouse. That's it.
Where at? What's your whatchamacallit on?
I'm gonna tell you right. I'm gonna send you a message. I see you.
Yeah.
Hey, what was that dog? Yeah, you got a dog doing something the other day. Yeah, some of your stories be having me rolling.
Yeah, that's my dog. That's my dog at home. That corgi.
Congratulations on Marvin. He just sold 425 pounds.
Oh, good job.
Yeah, Marvin's in a great group. He just showed out a message thanking everybody. Oh, someone asked earlier what I spend on my ads. I don't know if they're back, but I wanted to first show this ad because I'm actually pretty proud of that ad that you saw with the the YouTube, because it was pretty simple ad. I got to make a better one, but I want to play it to show people.
Simplicity is the key, brother.
Exactly. Okay. Oh, and I hit the points. Like you saw the title. Are you looking for real Seamoss? It's like you don't want
to get scammed.
So yeah, I'm gonna play the video just so they can hear it or watch it on the Facebook. So indulge me for a minute. So what I did was
that's why me a study agriculture. That's why me a study agriculture. Stop killing your children.
So I took one video that had music, and I lifted that audio, right? So that's the guy singing. And then I took a bunch of old clips, but I cut them in different angles, and then I sort of like scaled them so that they were more closer. That's why it seems sort of like it's an old quality, because that's actually like pixelated from the Seamoss being from it being all close up. But then when you superimpose the text on it, the text is all crisp and clean on it. So it gives it a really kind of look. But what it's meant to give is this like we're natural from the resort, from the island. This is real,
Wicked man. Remember the farming in Egypt.
And so the song, yeah, and then it ends with the title and the company. I love my the ending of like all my videos where I bring in the St. Lucian Seamoss together in these different words, and then it says the world's best Seamoss. Love that. So
Yeah. When I seen the world's best Seamoss, I was like, this man's bold. He looking for all the smoke.
Yeah, he's bossy.
All of it.
He's bossy.
All
Yeah. Man, fuck. This is my view of it. No one knows who's the best Seamoss, world's best Seamoss. Like, that's subjective. Everybody has the best Seamoss. You know what I mean? Who has the best? No one really knows. Like that's for certain.
Yeah, no, but it's not even that. Like from in the hip hop, like even though it's very competitive, but one thing I do know, I know from that genre or that art is the people who speak and they talk like they are the best and all that. Everybody like you feel me? They go with it because they be like, okay, you think you're the best? Kind of like prove it. So that's just gonna be like, okay.
They don't go with it. They don't go with it. You know who they
You
say
don't
the
think
best.
so? Okay. Oh, when Kendrick jumped on that,
you know who they say the best right now? Kendrick. Why? Because he's the best that's out in the limelight right now.
No, listen, no. When he dropped that Control verse and he was, "I'm the king of New York," he's, "I'm the best." When he did that, bro, he stirred up. When that happened, a whole bunch of rappers people started talking. People just started making freestyle. He shook stuff up. You remember when that was a while ago? But when he did that, it shook it up. It shook it up. It hit a hard
Yeah, but that's only in the industry people, because you have people that's probably 13 years old that'll tell him a new asshole. So when you underground, when you actually know the stuff, then everybody not saying it. You looking at it from a commercial standpoint. So it's not people not saying it. It's only people that's in the industry saying it. So people that know quality, they know quality. Like that's with anything. Crystal can say they've been saying they the best forever, and they not. It tastes like shit.
But Ace, what you think about Ace?
Same thing. Look at who make it. You gotta understand who make the thing. You gotta understand who make Duce. The same people make Duce is same people that make what? Hennessy or is it Patron? Like it's all the same stuff. It's all the same stuff. Don't get it twisted. Like it's like when you go in the store and you buy milk, you actually think you buying different brands of milk. Like you actually think that's different milk. Some people say Barbados, whatever it is sweeter. And I'm like, no, it's not. Why? How I know? Because I actually bottled all of the milk. Great Value is the exact same milk like the rest of the milk in the store. I actually worked for the company that bottles the milk. It's all the same. It's just the mind thing. You're playing tricks on you. Oh, ours is sweet. And then you go, oh, it is. No, it's not. It's the same stuff.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm trying to say. That's exactly what I'm trying to say is. But
I don't know what I'm trying to say is people that know quality, they know quality. People that get mind fucked, that's all they know. Is I'm gonna look to the commercial because it says it's good and cruelty free because it's on the bottle. So people that know quality. That's plain and simple. People that's into TV know TV.
You're not a consumer, Yusuf. That's what I'm
No,
trying to say.
you're not a consumer of the industry of a commercial. But what I'm trying to say is if you try stuff, you will pick quality over what somebody says. You just have to try it. No, it's not.
You don't think he's the best? You don't think he wants
in the industry?
Commercial, yes.
Industry?
Mainstream.
Ooh, Kendrick?
I would say I would say that's in the industry, him and J. Cole. But
Big Sean too.
But Kendrick comes with a different energy. But writing style, writing ability, yes. But I look at more writing abilities and how they put words together. And I also look at how some rappers can write where you can actually read the raps backwards and it still makes sense. You gotta understand you have people that's way better than what you think. Lupe Fiasco is one of the best rappers to ever come out. Why people don't like him? Because he's too complex.
He got blackballed though, yeah.
Yeah, but he's too complex. He's too smart, too complex, and I have never heard or ever seen anybody that can write like him back then and even now. I look at how they put the words together and how you can actually read his raps up, down, left, right. You can read it all type of ways when you write it on paper. The dude is too smart. It's a difference. Kendrick can't do that.
You know what? And even relevancy. He has a song. I thought about it when Julien was talking about TV and all that. He has a song. I think it's called The Box. Right? It's on one of his mixtapes. But he's talking about how the box controls his kid's life and
talking about a TV. Yeah, right. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. How that box controls you.
It don't control me, but yes, I understand.
He was saying the box doesn't lie. The box, it's all types of stuff. When you break the song down, it's real deep.
Yeah, real deep. You know how the box can be different when it comes to the woman?
Yeah, that's on his first album. First album.
It's not, I heard it on it was a mixtape he released before his album, but he probably put it on the album too. I heard on the mixtape.
Yeah, the kid was locked in the room with the box. Yeah. He had a chain to his leg. He swallowed the key and all that type of stuff. And the box never lies and all that type of shit. Yeah, you talking about the TV.
And I think the box is he's talking, and in some part of it, he's talking about the verse of like the woman's the box when they call women, the vagina in the box.
Yeah, we talking about Seamoss. Did you see the books I sent you? That like everybody that talk about Seamoss, they should read those books. Yeah. Like those books that I sent you, you can get it from those websites. Those books is scientific books and it's facts. Like facts. And you get the progress report from those websites as well, which the progress report is for condom crystals, not the warm water Seamoss. So check it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on there and read. Okay, one more question. Why you not moving Seamoss in your truck, man?
Huh?
Why you not moving Seamoss? I know it might be hard, but like you not moving about in the semi.
Man, hell no. What I'm doing is I'm keeping Seamoss for hard time. If it's a full shortage, you can survive on Seamoss alone. That's just food for thought. For people that don't know, nope. Condis Christmas and Seamoss. Condis Christmas, Condis, and Solari, like Seamoss period, you can survive on it. Food shortage, it may be nasty, but you can survive on it.
I was trying to tell someone this too. I was actually someone's right now is doing a 10-day. They're trying to do a 10-day just on Seamoss and water, and then they came and asked me, can you eat too much Seamoss? I said no. But she said, go ahead.
No, I was like, I mean, the only way you can eat too much Seamoss is you eat it till you choke on.
What?
Eat on it and choke on it. Like that's the only way.
Oh, okay, understood.
Okay. But there's a limit. It's a limit to everything. If you eat too much, you eat things to kill you.
Yeah, you can drown in water. I that's why I said like you need to and watch. What I said was watch your body. And yeah, for everybody it's different. I'm pretty sure it's different for everybody. But I said make sure you watch how he reacts to it. But what I think it was she was eating other stuff with it, and she was just supposed to be doing this like Seamoss and like Seamoss and water, and then she did like sweets or fried food in the afternoon for that day, and it backfired because she had nothing.
Yeah, I wouldn't just they tripping. I mean, it's a lot of stuff like fasting. I don't believe in dry fasting. I, 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 if you fast, like how some Muslims do Ramadan, they dry fast, no water, no food, no nothing. I think that's. I mean, I get it. Okay, some spiritual shit, some religion stuff, but that is unhealthy and dangerous.
Really?
I know because I grew up a part of Islam with my dad. That shit's dangerous doing that. You have to drink water. Like you have to drink water. You wake up 1 o'clock in the morning, think that you're not gonna eat all the way until 12 in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's pretty
do you prepare
crazy
for that, though?
what they got to do.
Yeah, how you used to prepare for that?
I drank water.
Drunk water with
I didn't drive fast. I drank water the whole day.
blasphemy.
The thing
The
is,
only fasting I would ever do is a fruit fast. I'm not doing nothing else. Your body still needs something in it, some type of nutrient, even if it's teas. Do teas. You need something because that's dangerous, especially if you're working out. You work, you pass out in the sun, you die.
not good at all. But I think the purpose in my mind about the fast is not just about it's about discipline. It's about what I mean,
There's discipline.
controlling your stuff, knowing that you could have this, and what I mean, you say no. So whether you fast from cigarettes or whether you fast from this or that, you're making a mindful decision to control and abstain from something. It helps, in my belief, it helps separate the spirit from the body, so that I feel like
it's a spiritual thing.
the spirit is in constant control of your body, and I mean your body is in constant battle with your spirit. And when you be able to live in the presence of your spirit, that has control over your body, it unlocks, in my belief, a lot of powers and abilities that you don't have when you're living. Too many people are living in the physical world, and they're not really elevating themselves to which they can live into the spiritual world.
Yeah, like the best to me, the best way to do that type of stuff is, I mean, Buddhist monks, the elevation where they're at, like the areas, you can do that. It's more conducive to do it where they're at. But trying to do that here, oh no. like some stuff is just not conducive in a certain area. So like monks fast for a long time. But you have to understand where they fasting at and how they're sustainable. How it's sustainable up there has a lot to do with the air.
Both moisture.
It has a lot to do with the air up there. So you can't do that everywhere. Like you can't fast in the desert. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point.
Jesus all right, brother. All right. But you have to understand the environment you're in plays a big part. Buddhists amongst, they have nothing that's stopping them. They have fresh air. They're all the way up, elevated. So it's different. It's different for them. The air is thicker. It's actually breathing in stuff. Unlike here, we're actually breathing in tailpipe.
Is he right? You there? You got cut off. No, you were talking, and then
that was the cliffhanger right there.
Yeah, you said tailpipe, and then it was like cut off. I was like, what?
Yeah, I was saying people here actually breathe in tailpipe, all type of particles. Like it's something just not conducive in certain areas. Country areas is good. Areas like St. Lucia, depending on what area you're in. Like certain areas is good. Jamaica, certain areas you can do certain stuff in because it's different. The air quality is different. The way of life period is different.
True. That is true.
Hey, anybody tried mango tea yet?
No,
Yeah, I tried that before.
I got a bunch of herbs though. Hey Ricky, what's up? You haven't said anything. We got to talk to Ricky and make sure he talks before he
He
falls
probably
asleep.
making powder right now.
What's going on? No, I'm bagging up right now. What's good?
Good. I'm here, just chilling, hanging out, doing at the warehouse, putting labels on packaging, getting ready for my trip. I'm really excited. Yeah, man.
Sounds like the life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try.
Just now catching up from last weekend. So,
Just getting back into the swing of things. Nice.
yeah, it's like the weekend came and then it like and now it's the weekend again. So it's kind of like I didn't really do that
Yeah, man.
except for kind of like catch up.
It was crazy. I didn't even realize that was a holiday the other weekend. You know,
Yeah.
What holiday?
Memorial Day.
Memorial Day.
Oh man, I'm low.
How was that? How was Memorial Day? What's that? How was Memorial Day? Man, I don't know. I don't even go out. Man, I try not to even go out to Atlanta anymore, man. It's dangerous out here.
It's getting dangerous everywhere, man. You know, it's crazy. It's getting crazy. Oh, what are you gonna do? I showing someone. Someone asked me earlier about my ads. So you guys can't see it unless you're on Facebook, but I'm showing like my ad spend for the last few days on Google Ads. So Ricky, I started doing Facebook advertising or YouTube advertising.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah, and Rio actually just saw my ad, which is great because it's like it just shows me I'm hitting the right market, right? But I have a question, Rio. Did you ever go visit my website before?
Just
No,
say,
I was
you
not
say
on my
no.
phone. I seen it. Yeah, I've been on your website. I ordered from you.
Oh, so if you've ordered from me, that's partly why you're seeing the ads then.
No. I ordered off my. I think I seen that on my phone. If I'm not mistaken, I was on my phone and I was looking. I was on like a. I started going down a rabbit hole on YouTube and health, and you popped up in there. Now, if you pop up when I'm like, suppose I'm watching like a Kendrick music video or something like that, and I see your ad after that, it's over. I don't know what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna be like, what the heck? But I was on the health rabbit hole. I remember that, and your ad had popped up a little bit ahead.
Okay, makes sense, I guess. Yeah, maybe because I think I'm targeting certain web pages. I'm just looking at my like, say, impressions and views versus Canada versus United States. I have something like 868 views in Canada versus 11,309.
Hold on, you said say it again. 8,000 in Canada versus 11,000 in the U.S.
Yeah, and these are basically impressions. When you're looking at views, one ad I had 1,568 views in United States, and then in Canada they did 96.
So your biggest market is in the U.S.
Yeah. Oh yeah, by far my biggest market's in the U.S. But it just shows you like how big the market is. Is that like my market doesn't even really like I can sell all the Seamoss and other people still have room to sell theirs. You know what I mean? Like it's
So
a
would
lot
it
of
make it
space.
easy if you had a base in the U.S.? Would it make it easier on your half? On your
I have one. I have people helping me in the U.S.
okay, never mind.
Yeah, Ricky actually. Ricky does my drop shipping.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That's the big.
That's why I'm always like an advocate. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I said that's great because if you doing exactly you pumping money, you put it at it just it's making like how I always see it's like a pipe and you just opening up the pipe just so the water can just flow through. It's like because everybody's not get hit with it. So if you
Uh-huh.
get hit with it, but yeah.
Hmm. And so that's why I'm always like an advocate of drop shipping and stuff because it saves so much time and energy and stuff to have someone else kind of be able to package it up and go. And I feel like as his business grows longer, like the longer he's doing it, the more cost effective the whole service will be because then he can streamline a lot of those costs to get reductions. You know. I need to go get a massage, man. Oh, and I have to get a pedicure this week
Why don't you do that when you go there?
because it costs more money to get it there. And what if I can't find someone there?
Nah, bro, no. I thought it would cost less. I think when you think it would cost less to get a massage and a pedicure, you might get a good one.
Because
Like
many of
for
the
real, think about that.
because many of the places that offer it, they offer it in like a high end hotel.
Yeah, no, you can find. You can ask your call your partner and be like, you know anybody, or be like, ask your wife who does her feet, and do they do a good job? And you give them a tip, probably what you would pay over there. They probably will massage the hell out of your feet, boy. Like for real, they probably.
He's crazy, eh? Did you take your Seamoss today? Yes, I mean,
Yo.
real? Yeah, man. Yeah, um, no, but they do massage my feet up here when I get my pedicure done. I have this one chick that like, dude, she like straight up like flirts with me and hits on me. She's this Vietnamese girl, and like right in front of my wife and everything, she tells me, she's like, I have like 5 kids, right? And I'm like, oh really? She's like, yeah, all boys. I'm like, yeah. She's like, you want a boy? She's like, give you a boy. Come, come on, give you. I'm just laughing thinking about it when she was saying that to me. Like I couldn't believe. I'm like, what did you just say to me? Like, I want a boy. Yeah, I want a boy. Come, let's go make a boy. It's like, I'm like looking at my wife. Like, did you just hear what she said? My wife's like, out of nowhere, not even paying attention. I remember one time I was shopping in a store, and I think it was like we weren't married yet, but we were dating, and these girls came up and asked my now wife if I was dating the girl that was like I was with, which was my sister, because they wanted to hook up because they were like, is he with him? We want to go talk to him, but we want to know if he's with him. And she's like, he's with me. Got so pissed. Sorry, I just remember reminiscing life. So,
I was just thinking about your sister.
huh?
Your sister, what? Your sister Redbone?
Yeah, she's light skinned. She's pretty good looking girl. Like I could see, but at the same time, I'm not surprised that they said it because my sister is very like um, touchy feely all the time, and she's always kind of like, oh, my little bro, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, oh, God, one of those. I'm at a point where I'm sick of putting on these. I think I've been putting on these labels for 2.5 hours now. Like, fuck this. I need a machine.
There you go. Pay somebody.
No, all I keep thinking is next week I won't have to see another label. It's gonna be weird too, just being on the beach. Like it's been a while since I've chilled out. Like there was a time where I would go away every year. I haven't gone away in 2 years. It's weird.
Hey, I want everybody to take note. Probably the last day when he is on St. Lucia, and then when he comes back, and then it'll probably the energy in his voice. I don't know if you're gonna be happy to be back, or be like, oh, back to this.
I,
I
I
don't know.
I think I'm going to be energized when I get back. And I think what's going to probably end up happening in the future is like I'm probably going to go down there every 3 months for 2 weeks. I think that's the good sort of number to go down there for once in a while for a couple of weeks and just decompress or whatever they call it, recharge or whatnot.
Certain points when I used to like go on vacation, when I would come back afterwards, it was getting back to reality. It feels like you somewhere like it's a whole different bubble. Everything is good when you come back.
It's like you have to have
It
a,
might suck.
a vacation from your vacation. Is that what you're talking about? Having a vacation from your vacation?
Explain it.
What having a vacation from your vacation? It's a saying that people say when your vacation is so stressful that when you get back you need another vacation. Like a lot of parents will say that because their kids are so much work and you know.
Like, now it's like my vacation. It will be so good. Now it will be like almost like this. You ever? I want to put the best way I can put it is like when you if you leave a situation and you go into bed or like it's just when you go on vacation, everything's gonna be nice and lavish kind of deal. But see, if your life where you at is almost like the same, it's just like a home away from home. That's different. But if you're in a state where it's not like that, like basically you might be in a hard place and going and everything's great, but you know you have to go back to that hard place. Leaving could be very depressing. It could be like your last days could be bad because you're just thinking about going back.
Sure.
So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I mean, but see, if you're not worried about that. That's a good thing. That's a great thing. That's like in there. But sometimes that's a possibility.
Yeah, but I rough it at when I'm in St. Lucia. Like it's not. How do you
Okay, explain your rough it, please, just to get it.
Okay, well, let's start by saying my house doesn't have running water. Okay, and then we'll say that I take showers with a bucket and a pail.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have no running there's no shower action inside the house or whatever. The toilet works and the sink works, right? But a lot of it is from the tank, the water tank, and so the water tank's not properly maintained, so it's not safe to drink the water. So all the water I have to drink, not a well, but a tank. So we take rainwater, but all that system is yeah, it's not been maintained. But Bermuda. Yeah, so you see how all the houses in Bermuda, the roofs are white? Well, if you ever look at a picture in Bermuda, you'll notice that all the roofs on the houses, they're all white. And the reason being is that the roofs are painted with a special lime infused paint that comes in white. And so what it's meant to do is to help neutralize the rain that comes off the sky. And so the rain falls on your roof, it goes down the gutter into a tank, and then from the tank it's held there and until you drink it. And what's crazy, like my friend had it, he's showing me, they keep like a goldfish in the tank to make sure that the water's good. And he basically said when you look and when the fish is dead, that means you got to get the water checked. Something's wrong with the water. It's like the canary in the gold mine, You know what the canary in the gold mine is, right?
Canary in the gold?
No. So back in the days, they used to put a canary in a cage and bring it in the gold mine because if there wasn't enough oxygen or some kind of poison or something, the canary would die first. And so when
I heard about that.
yeah,
With the,
huh?
You know, some carbon monoxide.
Yeah, you gotta watch
so
that
fire,
carbon
and then there
monoxide.
was he said carbon dioxide. But okay, with the gas, with the running water, when they catch it, do they have like a cold they like most likely in the tank they have like a setup for it, right? Like um when it's like going through, like dripping through, it's like probably like a cold or something setup.
Hmm? Dripping through what? You lost.
Oh, like cold, like so when you usually have like a filter, a cold filter to
Mm-hmm.
go through. But I was just asking because like I can't lie, like something like that, like a house like that, one day I probably might have something like that almost like off the grid, like solar energy and like catching rainwater and stuff like that. I would really like it, but that's why I was just asking like a setup, like and if a lot of people in St. Lucia do it and stuff like. I mean, if you go there when you go, I mean not if you go when you go back there and all of that, like if you ask about this, looks like populous medical. I know some pop setups over here, but they probably have a great price. That they probably figured out.
True. True. Check it out. Oh. Back to labels. Oh, my bum hurts. Because I've been sitting in this chair for so long, I just moved. Oh. So anybody? Oh, you know what? Do you guys want to? I was talking about this earlier. I didn't get a chance, but I was showing my ad spend. Someone was asking me how much I spend daily on ads, and so I
Oh yeah, that was Shauna.
yeah. How much I spend? See if there's more comments. I don't even know if she's still here, but to answer her question, on Google AdWords, I spend about $100 a day on average, and so on that, I have I think 3 ads going in the Google ad campaigns. So I have one video ad campaign that I run for $60 a day, and then I have two whatchamacallit, text ad link ones that I run for $20 a day. One's Canada, US, and Australia, and I think the other one's just Canada. And then it shows the different like engagements that I'm getting and the percentage. 22 induction rate. This is cool. So my average cost on the videos, I think, is 9 cents a view.
That's how much you get.
That's how much it's costing me. So it's about 9 cents a view. My conversion rate is it's low, 0.39. Right. My conversions on this one ad for the last 5 days, I did 15 conversions. My average cost of conversion was $24.24. I did 12,000 impressions and 1,700 views. So I had about a 13.5% view rate. And so I basically paid $363 to get 15 sales. But if those 15 sales hit my average order rate, that would be 15 times, I think it's 149. Let's just go with that. That means in over that time, I did about approximately $2,239 on a $363 ad.
How much you think it would cost for you to get like Kim Kardashian and Sarah Ross like just
Shut up, man.
You love to like you love to like daydream these hypothetical scenarios that never really have any chance of happening. You know that,
But
right,
Julie,
dude?
Julie, you know how much things we said in here that have came to pass? I swear to God. It's so many things that came to
That's
pass
true.
that we said before. For real. What okay, watch this freaking collective, watch the
You,
collective of like the whole thing that we had like the counseling thing of the St. Lucian, the grades. Watch that junk happen. That's so realistic. And Kim Kardashian is probably gonna say something about Seamoss.
she already has said
And
something about Seamoss. What do you mean? She puts it in her
oh
smoothie.
yeah, she did.
Yeah, a long
Okay,
time ago.
but okay, exactly. So how hard would it be for her to say Ross St. Lucian Seamoss company?
Yeah,
As hard as it was for her to say that she eats placenta.
Oh, she said
that's nasty. That's some nasty
what,
shit.
what,
That I seen that
I
stuff
mean,
before,
they say,
eh?
and they say what? What they say about that?
What?
Eat a placenta.
No, I didn't
They
eat
say
a
that
placenta. I've
that's a
seen it.
lot.
I've seen it. Like I was showing a house, and I went to
Oh,
open the fridge to like show the person that like they asked to see the fridge. I opened inside, and in the freezer there was this like placenta, and it had it like baby's placenta. I was like, "Ugh," you know, like whatever. Yeah, they
what?
kept it in their
That's,
fridge. I don't know. You want to hear the funniest story that happened to me in real estate? It's so funny. So I'm showing this house with this client. Now we walk in the house, and the house is supposed to be vacant. All the lights are off. It's dead dark, so dark. Okay, we have nobody. So we get into the basement, right? And I'm looking for the light and stuff, and it's all dark everywhere. And I open this room that looks like it's some room, like a closet or something like that. It was a bathroom, and there was a man in there taking a shit. And when I opened the door, he screamed, and I screamed, and it was just like ah, ah! And then my client comes running down, like what the hell? And it's like, what the fuck are you doing in this bathroom in the dark, taking a shit?
I like taking shit. Right.
What?
That's funny as hell.
Yeah, it was like most random, most fucked up thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I've seen some crazy things though. I
You
went.
should actually try to take the company. Sorry, just saying. Then we can go ahead. Go ahead.
I remember
Just
I
try
went
it.
to this house that was so nasty and dirty. It was like the dirtiest house I've ever seen in my life. There was like cat shit on the walls and shit, cat shit everywhere. Like literally, like the carpet was cat shit. And I remember my client took one look at me, and like the homeowner was there, like lived there. She was like a hoarder or something. She's like, come in," and like like fucking can't. So I had to go in on my own, and because like part of our rules is like if you book a showing, you have to show up and you have to put your business card in. So I had to come into the place, put my business card, and she's like, "Oh, you want to take a look around?" I'm like, I didn't want to embarrass her, like right in her face and be like, "Yo, this is like nasty. Take your shoes off." What the?
Should have.
Oh my god. Oh, oh, and I remember just like as soon as I opened the door, I was like, and I walked out, I was like, like imagine you held the hell hold your breath the whole time you're there, and my client was like, dude, you are one soldier. Like for you to, she was like, there's no way I was going in that house. Hell no. I don't care how much that price was, because it was one of those things where she was like, "Oh, this is a good deal," and I was like, "I don't know if you really want to see this house." You know what I mean? Because you sometimes when you're working in the business, you can look at a listing and you know that there's problems with it, that they're not showing you. Like agents are very ingenious, you know what I mean? Or they will come up with these ideas and these ways that you never think about it. So it's just like sometimes you look at these listings and you're just like, okay, it's priced too low, it's been on the market too long, there's something wrong with it. Oh no, let's just go see it. I think it'd be exactly what we're looking for. If you want cat shit. Oh shit. That was my days as a realtor. Oh my gosh. The Seamoss life. I can't wait. Can't wait.
Yo, I forgot to mention when I was back to the farming thing. That guy was like, "Do you want me to tell you what Dr. Sebi said?" No, sir. Most of us know many of the things that Dr. Sebi has said, and people act like you're trying to take away from his teachings, but it's not that. Even he questioned things. Why would he be where he's at with? I mean, how could he be where he's at without questioning anything? But so I went to like YouTube to try to find some videos about him talking about the rocks and stuff, getting the minerals from the rocks, and he was saying how that people. He never says who he's talking about. He just generalizes and says, yeah, they say, they laughed at me and said, how can a plant get minerals from a rock? But they gave it a name and didn't even know they gave it a name or something. And the word was, I'm not even sure if I'm going to pronounce it right, ion, serophysis or something like that.
Yeah.
And I looked it up and he spelled it wrong.
Yep.
And and so it was hard to like find. I tried to do it different ways, and I'm like, okay, I'm not coming up with anything but this one thing, which is, let me see where basically.
I think it's some kind of like electrotherapy or something like that. Some kind of medical thing. Yeah. It doesn't apply to what he's talking about.
For people that sweat too much. So it's basically helping people that sweat not sweat by like sending these electrical currents inside water or something. And so I was just like, okay, like there's only so much that you can go off of his teachings and stuff. If you're only able to, go online or maybe even some books, but a lot of books that are written aren't even Dr. Sebi writing them. It's people writing them from what they've learned from him. So
this is what I'm saying. You won't find any actual books of Dr. Sebi because he never sold them like that. Like they were too expensive. It's now you're seeing all this information because he's passed on, so people are taking his stuff and thing. But beforehand, like Ricky went in and used his services, and he said like it was hard to even get close to him unless you were paying a certain amount of money. So he never healed people directly.
Right. I'm like, because back in the day when I first, I will admit, when I first came across Seamoss, it was from me coming across his videos, and that out of everything he talked about, the Seamoss intrigued me. So that's how I kind of got into it, and I was even all like, oh, it'd be dope to go to Honduras and like, and calling the company because they have a office in LA and everything, but it was like racks to go there even for a week and go through their process and stuff. And I just wish people would be a little bit more open minded and flexible, because the people that I feel a little bit more, I don't even know if it's combative, but a little more biased. 90% of them dress like Dr. Sebi, but they also don't have anything to back up what they're saying. And usually they're like, I just said what I said. I'm not going to go further into the conversation, but why not? to retreat because you don't want to get into an argument out of many people. Like, I am here to learn, so I want to understand. I want to know. Like, I understand people have their spiritual connection to Seamoss. They've been using it for years. Like that, there was a girl on there that says she knows how she feels if her husband dies for the Seamoss itself, and she can tell the difference, the taste, and all this stuff. And I'm not taking away from your experience, but at some point we need some kind of real evidence for it. And a lot of this may not even be important to the customers and stuff, but to me, like, if it's in my head and it keeps coming at me, there's a reason why I keep thinking about this stuff. So, and like you said, when you go through experiences in life, stuff that I went through 5 years ago, I could 10 years from now apply it to something else and not even realize that's what it was meant to be for. So, like, everything that I'm learning now, maybe I'll be on a different side of selling Seamoss, doing experiments and stuff. I don't know, but I just wish people would be a little bit more open and understanding and not, like, stuck or biased towards their own information, because how would it look if you're trying to help heal people and you can't be corrected if something you're saying is wrong or whatever? Like, you can't be like that. That's not the way it should be. At least in my perspective, I don't think it should be like that. But you win some, you lose some. But yeah, so I just was like, I even tried to go look up what he said. I didn't see anything. So I don't know if that guy Ike or whatever his name was. I like show me something. Why even comment if you're not going to engage? And you have a point of view and you think what I'm saying is so far fetched. Like, well, show me.
Because they have nothing to back it up.
Nothing at all. Not a book. Not nothing. Nothing at all. Not a video. Nothing.
Right. Right. Dr. said he can't be the only one talking about Seamoss, and from what many people have said that have dealt with Seamoss in their family for generations, is that he actually really didn't know too much about Seamoss. Like, that was one of the many things that he came across. So, for people that
his
think
wife,
for generations,
his wife was the smart one. His wife was the chemist. His wife was the bio chemist. Not him. Not him at all. He was just the person in front. His wife is the smart one. His wife is still alive. His wife is the one that made the herbs and stuff. Because he couldn't.
Is she the one that I know there was like a couple of things. There was that were saying they're Dr. Steph's wife. Like, one was an ex.
No, my aunt. It's the one with the bald head. My aunt. She has a bald head.
Okay.
That's the one.
Not the one with the dreads?
No, man. I just said bald head, man.
I know. This one with the dreads say.
She has a bald head. But the other one is his wife too. But his first wife is the one that created everything.
Okay.
The name is my aunt. She's still alive. My aunt.
What's the Instagram person?
She has an
And
Instagram?
that's an old woman. You ain't gonna find her on. She probably had one, but I doubt it.
Okay. My aunt. Okay.
My aunt.
My aunt.
Spell it.
I don't know how to spell it.
Amba.
The way you were saying it.
It's usually MA''A'.
Yeah, like my aunt from Africa.
Yo.
But yeah, I'm over here trying to look up this hard ass word, and it's like he spelled it all the way wrong, and yeah. And I just feel like sometimes people like that are here to be a catalyst. Sometimes it's to get you in motion and get you to start not necessarily just go off of every word they said.
True.
Like Africa is a person that you need to look towards because he passed away. We need to get his book as well. Africa is a person that was actually a scientist, was actually a smart person, and he has books. Don't ask me how to spell his name. Don't ask me, please. And that's Layla Africa.
I feel like I had his Instagram. I followed him right.
He was on at one time. Yeah. Yeah, his wife still does and stuff, but his books, you need to get his book before they stop selling it. But his books is legit, like all the way around the board. His books is legit. I have a few of them. I have more. I have a lot of stuff.
Like the thing about being like someone like those people's positions, like you just talk about like Africa and even Dr. Sebi, when it comes to their words, like suppose he was allowed to talk in the chat right now, he would probably it's hard for certain people, especially scientists, to be so free talking and can voice their opinions because if they do mess up and like suppose they want to talk about something metaphysical, it can everybody start judging everything else that they had based hard facts on, and if they could throw the how do you know the old saying, throw the baby out with the bathwater, and that's like I I understand points.
Talk about what metaphysics? What you said?
Yeah, metaphysics. Like if they were supposed to suppose they talk about something spiritual, it wasn't based.
When they talk about vibration.
No, vibration. No, but you could base vibrations on facts. I'm talking about like.
You're talking about like a belief.
Yeah, like exactly. Like just saying in general subject like religion. If they was to ever talk about anything religious, those people like they would get thrown out. Like, or they might think so that all of the other words like the people who listen to them or they would start looking at all their words like that. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's hard for them to really talk or even mess up. But I really do think like maybe if he was still alive, I don't know. So, like for example, like his wife, does she say that though? Like does she talk about the wild Seamoss and stuff like that? Dr. Stevie's wife.
Yeah, she talks about stuff, but she doesn't say anything about non-two minerals. And Dr. Sebi also still ate fish and he ate lizard.
He stopped eating fish. He stopped eating fish.
He was eating fish and he was eating lizard. You have to listen to him speak.
I know, no.
I'm telling you.
I know what you're about to say. I know, no. But it's a video when he even says, I'm going to stop eating fish right now. I know I've been doing it for years. It's wrong. I'm stopping it. He was in like Jamaica or something like that.
Yeah, you saw what happened to him, man. You saw how he looked at the end, right?
What? I don't know.
Yeah, because his whole thing was if he fasts, he can get rid of his bad ways.
Right.
He fasted to the extreme that he shouldn't have been fasting. He was like extreme fast.
Yeah,
I don't understand how he fast, period. Because he felt like if he fasts, he can cleanse his mind from thoughts or the bad things that he have done, the bad things that he feel like is sinful. So it's a lot, like when you really get into what he was doing and how he looked and how he viewed things. Because he didn't even like mixed people. Like it's a lot of things he didn't like. Like when you go through his whole journey, you see how he was. The dude had certain viewpoints on things that were just like, damn, bro, like that's how you think? Like a lot of stuff with him, you know, you have to read his books, bro. Like he have one book, which a lot of the pages are taken out now, but it's a lot of things he said and mentioned is like, even in videos, some stuff he said was like ridiculous.
But in the sense of fasting and to actually, get those thoughts out your mind, stuff like that. That is, I can say from personal experience, like doing It's almost like going like when you went vegan, you went cold turkey, right? It's so much more easier just to cut it off, and that's in a way what fasting is doing, and how you was saying, and all y'all saying, like discipline, but the fasting of it, like just breaking it off and cutting it off and seeing you can do it, is just to show yourself that you know at any time, you know, even if I slip up again, if I slip up again, I know I have a chance of starving. So like,
Yeah, but you can't fast your mind state, man. The state of mind, you can't fast.
why you say they put people in? Well, I don't agree with prisons. I know what they're for. I hope one day we can find out a better way. I get it, but I hope we can find a better way. But nah, man, like yeah, you can do that in your mind state. It's like nah, listen, no, I'm not talking about freaking mentally. Yeah, like that's like that's different. That's different. But we're talking about a habit. I'm talking about habits. That's eating is a habit. We're not gonna.
It's not a habit, Playboy. It's a must. Yeah.
It's a once the days. No, the things
It's what you eat on a regular as a habit.
I'm saying, but the things we eat, that we know. Like, man, come on, we all slip up and eat that thing that jacked us up and make us feel like crap. And we don't want to say it does make us feel like crap.
Old lady, what you talking about?
No, so, you got no guilty pleasures? You got no guilty pleasures? Come on now.
No, I was just saying, you was saying that one thing that everybody, you know, that get the old lady.
Ouch. Ouch.
You really supposed to do that? You better fast from that, nigga. Like, stop playing.
I know, boy.
And I'm about to go to sleep, yo. Man, I'm about to go to sleep, yo. I'm tired, man.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm getting there soon, I'm sure. I think I got a few more labels I'll do, and then, you know, I got so much.
How many more labels you gotta print up?
I don't know. It's not like I'm keeping a number, but I pretty much want to get 100 packages of each size done. So, like, I want 101 pounds of gold, 101 pounds of purple, 101 pounds of this, and then another 108 ounces, 104 ounces, 102 ounces. So I'll probably be doing that every day this week from like morning till close. I got to get some, but now I don't remember. Hey, Yusuf, you know I got some herbs too, eh? Did I tell you about that?
What kind you got? Do you have the tree bark?
No, I don't have any barks. I have lemon, I have cerasee, lemongrass, sweet bay leaves, sassiolata, guinean weed or gully root, vervain, raspberry leaf, and like one or two more.
Raspberry leaf and guinea weed. Do you have any coca? Not coca. Sorry. Do you have any cola? The cola nut powder?
Yeah, I have the cola nut powder. Not much.
If you eat, how much do you have? You have enough to sell?
Yeah, I mean, I give you some, like, but it's like I have like maybe an ounce, or it's like a portion. It's quite a bit.
You gonna get some more?
I'll get some more.
I need some more for me. You know, when I'm on the road, I can take that. It's better than me taking coffee.
Yeah, I like the cola nut as a coffee replacement.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, it's really good for a coffee replacement. It has a better taste in some ways too.
Well, how you?
It's not that harsh on your body.
What, like, okay, give me like a recipe, but like agave and cola nut powder.
No, man. No. Hey, bro. Sell me the cola nut powder. I'll buy that from you and guinea hen weed.
Just buy the guinea and weed, and I'll throw you some of the cola nut powder for free because I don't even know what the price is.
All right. All right. man, you gotta take that by itself, man. I guess I don't know, man.
That's how you take it. You just chug it.
Yeah, do a Seamoss.
Oh, you blend it with Seamoss. Okay, cool.
No, I ain't putting that. I did not say that. You just said that. I didn't say that. But yeah, I guess I'll holler at you tomorrow. I'm gonna literally, man. All right.
Cool. Yeah.
All right.
All right, man.
All right, man.
Good night.
I just looked it up and they use it as a rub too on like chicken and stuff.
What, coal on that?
Pulling up. Oh.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
we need
never
that.
heard of that. I want to try some. But I did want to try the lead.
Yeah. I gotta try like all of them to see what it's like, but I've tried the vervain. I'm really happy with that. That's nice. Really like cleared up my congestion. There's something
I heard that's a really good one.
Yeah, do vervain.
Oh, that's what I got.
Spanish needle. Spanish needle is really good for that too.
Really? I have that too.
Yeah, do vervain, Spanish needle. If you have cerasee,
I have both.
cerasee.
I have
If you have all of that, you would not. It might taste a little nasty. Okay, let me tell you. Vervain, cerasee, and what was the third one? God dang.
Sasilada?
No.
Vervain.
No. Vervain,
Spanish
cerasee,
needle.
Spanish needle. Thank you, crap. Vervain, cerasee, Spanish needle, ginger, lime for the vitamin C or lemon. If you, I say lime, ginger, and I'm missing one more. Hey, Ricky. How do you do your shipping in the summer, man? Like, how do you like? You have to do it over.
What's that?
How do you ship in the summer?
As far as what?
As far as Seamoss, like, cool. Like, do you freeze it first? Like, how do you do it?
Oh, I don't do the gel, so I don't know.
I'm trying to figure like how to do it like initially in the summer.
Yeah, like I don't know. I don't do gel, so I really like. I really couldn't tell you that one.
What I do is I do 2-day shipping. I don't choose any other type of shipping other than 2-day. So they're just gonna have to suck it up. Most of my customers aren't tripping on it. But I also don't ship in jars. I ship in flasks that have a little spout on it. So that way you're not gonna experience any leakage. And you just want to freeze it and add the ice packs and everything, and only do 2-day shipping. And if you go into the Seamoss buyer group and you use the search bar and just type in shipping, there's a few people that have posts in there that have other advice for the shipping. Because that's generally how I do it. So far I haven't had any issues unless the mail gets there later than expected. But the 2-day shipping is the best option as far as gels. I think I don't prefer to do it any other way. I don't know if anybody ships longer than that, but that's probably not good. It needs to still be cold when they get it. So most of like I shipped to Florida from California, 2-day shipping. They got there in time, and it was the lady said that it was thawed, but it was still cold. So I had her just replace it in a jar and then get it right in the fridge.
Okay, that's my whole. I'm trying to figure out because you said from Florida, California, Florida, so so I'm saying, but have you ever experienced summertime?
Oh yeah. I shipped it to her during the summer. And I shipped a Texas one to my cousin, and I shipped it in jars with the 2-day shipping, but it got there in 3 days, and one of the jars, the Seamoss did come out of it, but I think it's probably because it took so long and because it was full. I had just given her a jar that I had already made for myself, and I forgot all about like taking some of it out, so it has room to expand. So I actually don't. I refuse to ship it in the jar. Um, the flask, and let me see. You're on my Facebook, right? Let me see, because I can send you a picture of the ones that I ordered. Let me see. Oh, okay. Send me a message on there, and I'll send you a picture of the flask that I use. They come in like 16 and 8 ounces. Now I think that because gel, it's not really the full 16 ounces, but I fill in as much as I can. Because it's measured for liquid ounces versus like a gel. So it may be shy of the 16 ounces, but people generally don't know that. But if you feel uncomfortable with that, you can always send them like a 16 ounce and then like an 8 ounce. Get the 8-ounce flask.
No, I'm gonna do exactly that because I did a little experiment, but it was an actual plastic bottle, right? Put Seamoss in it, and I let it powder, and man, that junk was lit. My daughter went out night, and we opened the top.
Okay. Yeah, but those work the best for me during the summer, and that's why eventually I kind of want to get away from the gels unless I'm doing maybe like a farmer's market or event, just because it's just easy to be compromised. But it's hard to get away from it because it makes you so much money and stuff. But I'm gonna allow it to make me the money that I want to propel my business, and then um, I'll figure it out from there and stuff. But the gels, yeah, that's the best way that's worked for me so far. I know there's a couple people in the Seamoss buyers group that have some good tips, but that's on Facebook. So if you ever get one, we'll send you the link to the page.
I was wondering, so it's the packaging for me. So, that's why I wanted to keep it, mason jar kind of, this glass. I don't mind another packaging, if they had what's it called, the taffy pack, or what they usually have it with water, like coconut water, or just something to keep it fresh. So, but as soon as you twist and you crack that seal, I was thinking if they had something like that, just basically to seal it inside, just to shut the oxygen off. But I think that will work. I really do think it will work, and it wouldn't expand because when it gets cold and frozen, once the oxygen is shut off, actually stuck in there when it gets frozen, it'll be fine. But that expansion, I can say, I don't know.
Now there are companies that sell the supplement packaging, if that's what you're talking about. Like how Gatorade has the little gels in the pack, and you just rip the top off and then you take it like that. I actually was wanting to look into those for samples at events, but there's companies that make that, and if you're on a larger scale where you can afford it, they'll even package your product for you too. But that's a whole other situation.
That's on another level. I get that's what doing it for what you just said, out of just giving out the samples. Yeah, you should do that. That's real good.
Yeah, I was just needing to know the food science behind it. Is it gonna? Of course, I'll keep it in the ice chest, but I was just trying to see how it's gonna affect it, how long it can be like that, and that packaging and everything. So I reached out to a company. I forgot the name of them, but they sent me an email, so I need to set up a call and ask them about stuff like that.
That would be my
Because there's a
concern.
company.
So I was gonna say that would be my concern. Would be the shelf life once you package it.
Yeah, there's a company called Nautica
Yeah,
Seamoss. They have like a teal color, and they have those. And I'm not sure if they'd be open to letting me know. But
I don't.
I say
I was gonna say I don't think that's real Seamoss. You know what I mean? I think they did something to make it so that it was shelf stable, so it can stay in that package. If anything, like adding dragon fruit and all these other flavors, I think that overpowers the the actual metal Seamoss there. And so I don't. I've never tried it, but it's just I don't know. Those guys kind of like turn me off. You know what I mean? And I'm worried
yeah.
that would be sort of like the new standard of what's you know what I mean? Because they operate on this like multi-level marketing thing where you know what I mean? It's like airborne.
Yeah. I was watching their little video and showing themselves surfing and all this other stuff, and I was just like, oh, okay. So, but I just was like, dang, like I had thought about that idea a while ago, and next thing you know, I saw their package, and I was like, what the hell? So yeah, that's the only thing is, like it's awesome, but it would be like I would have to tell people, um, this is a sample for you to take right now. Like,
Yeah.
don't let it sit and stuff. And most people will, but there's some that I'll have to be like, I'll only give you one sample because people get greedy and want to take a few, and um, then they'll probably have a bad experience.
Yeah, it's possible.
So,
But a lot of times those that take this free samples, they're usually not the like if they're taking more than one, like beyond what they need, they never really planned on buying off you in the first place.
right. Because for now, when I do samples, I'll pre-make those condiment cups like you put ketchup and stuff in with gel.
Yeah, like the
So like
sugar.
little 2 ounce, 1 ounce, 2 ounce ones, and then um, when I do my juices, I'll just take a jug of juice and take those same little cups and just pour a little juice in there for people to try at the event.
Yeah.
If you ever wanted to do that though with the little packets that you say you can fill up, hey man, if you wanted to try, I'll even if you have to tell me how much you expect, stuff like that, like fill up, get some, and then just like take one for 30 days, or fill up 30 of them, have them sitting in a cold spot, or you can do both without taking 6 of them. Anyways, for 30 days, and just take one each day in a situation. You can run a trial like that, even though it's like that would be a pure test trial. Don't get twisted, but we're just almost like concerns running on you, and we can control the temperature and stuff like that. Because I'm down for like doing stuff like that, just so we can collect data on inline sense, and if you can't get it from someone else.
Yeah. Oh no, for sure. Like I want to get that done because um, I just feel like it'll be more convenient than filling up those. I mean, you still have to fill them up, but it'd just be easier than those little cups because sometimes they pop open, get messy, and all that stuff. So I have to be very careful how I put them in the ice chest. I usually have them on the top and like try to secure them in there, but that's the fun life of Seamoss, figuring shit out the hard way.
Seamoss life. If there's one thing it teaches you is how to solve problems. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we're always solving problems in this business. Always putting out fires and stuff. So I think that's like really cool about what we do. Do what we do. Oh, such a busy week this week. I still can't believe I'm going. And in some ways, I feel like I'm not fully prepared. But I think what I'll do is, like I said, tomorrow I'm going to make a list of all the stuff I want to do, bring, and whatever. And then I'm going to put the list together. Actually, you know what? I got to also make sure that all the stuff that I want to bring, I put aside because I have some things that I have to bring in that Bill should. Actually, I'll show you guys some of the stuff that I'm bringing now. They're gonna freak out when they see this. Well, you guys can't see it because you guys are. I just realized that you're on the clubhouse. But I got these. I picked these up at Costco, not Costco. Winners. And so what they are, they're Nautica full face youth masks. So you put them on your face, and they have like the snorkel on the top so that they can go and dive in the water. Like I bought like 10 of them, and so I gotta open them all out so I can fit them in my suitcase. I'm really excited about that. What?
You're gonna fit 10 of them in your suitcase.
Yeah. Oh, I'm bringing 2 suitcases. I got a whole bunch of them. They're not that big, and yeah, they'll fit a lot. You know. I also got.
Well, I actually have the Facebook up, but I have it muted so the audio doesn't get messed up.
Oh, so you could see see the meat fully. Yeah. Well, when you take this out of the packaging, you know what I mean. It's not that big, but look at it. These things are badass. Now I'm looking and I'm realizing like some of these might be used, and some of them might be adults. But even if they're used, I can just give them to kids and stuff. They'll like love that.
Yeah.
And so another thing I got, walkie-talkies. And what's cool is I bought one of these set before, and the set I bought before is orange. So now we have 3 orange and 3 green, and that should be killer. So we could probably have like a receiving and a sending one. And so these do 22 channels, and what's cool about them, they're water resistant or they're weatherproof.
Oh yeah.
Which basically means if it gets a little bit wet, it'll be okay.
I don't know why that just reminded me of when I went to St. Lucia, and I forgot what. No, actually, it wasn't St. Lucia. I think it was St. Martin. I went to. They had like a little tropical zoo on the island. You could walk around and stuff, but then you could walk out on the dock, and there's like this dome that you walk into, and they have people there that take you like diving, but they have this helmet that looks like a helmet for a Navy SEAL or something, where once you go underwater, like
I've done it. The diving bell.
it allows, like has the air in the helmet, but it makes it to where no water comes in. I thought that was cool. I never seen anything like that really.
It's funny.
And stuff. That's probably the closest I've got to diving.
You're the second person that brought that up today. That's what's weird. That like you're bringing that up because they were telling like a story about like so we're planning the trip, right, to go there. And so one of the discussions I'm having with my partner is, okay, we want to do this, we want to do that. And so everything that we're doing, I want to make sure his family comes along too. Because he's got 2 boys, right? And he's so busy with work and everything that I don't think he has a lot of time to really take these guys and do things. And so for us to all go as a group, I think it would be awesome. You know what I mean? And like I told him, like even if you can't make it, just send the boys, and I'll drive the bus to wherever we gotta go. You know. But I want to go do zip lining and so the point is he said, oh, maybe we can do this because I was just talking to him about this thing called snuba, which is basically what you talked about, right? Except instead of putting the diving bell on, you just put the snorkel in your mouth, and they have a tank above.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I've done what you're talking about with the diving bell. It's like this big metal helmet, and then there's air in it. And when you go down, you're supposed to go down in such a way that it creates like an air pocket inside your helmet, and so you're completely dry and everything in the helmet. Meanwhile, you're like 20 feet below the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was cool, and they were like, "Who wants to go first?" And I was like, like waving my hands like this big kid about to go on a roller coaster, and everybody was like, "She's hella excited." I was like, "Hell yeah, I am!" I was like, "I've never done anything like this."
Yeah.
I'm trying to live it up, and it was kind of freaky once you got underwater because you're not used to it. And I was like, okay. And like after a minute or two, I was like, all right, I'm cool. And then they had like a little rail down there for you to hold on to. They actually had to put ankle weights on me because I was floating.
Oh shit.
They're like, yeah, we don't want you to float all the way away. And then they like gave us like little sea plants that were like grabbing. It kind of looked like maybe sea urchin, but a little bit looser, like Seamoss, but not quite Seamoss. I forgot what it was called, but it, once you touched it, you could feel it like grabbing your hand.
Oh.
It's cool. Like I can't wait to like go back because I love the water. I love the ocean, and so I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys end up doing and stuff because it's gonna give me motivation.
Yeah. Yep. Be good motivation. Oh fuck.
Sounds like it's about that time. Everybody's winding down.
Soon I am starting to fall asleep, man. That's it. I gotta get up early, and but I mean, I'll stay and talk for a few more minutes. It's not like I want to like hop off. I mean, it's easier now because too I'm at the warehouse, and at home I always have to be mindful of the noise and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I think that I got some really cool things that I'm whipping up in the plan for Seamoss, and I think that when I go down there, a lot of the trip will be about working towards executing that plan. And if I can do what I think that I'm going to do or that I want to do, it's really going to help create a lot more quality Seamoss available. You know, it's not to throw shade on like other Seamosses, but there is a limit to the top quality that's available, and it's usually limited by the available space to process it. Dry it and that kind of stuff. So, if there's ways for these guys to work better collectively, then that's a win. And so there is a group of CMOS farmers that we've been working with, talking to, that are starting to organize themselves into a proper association. And if they can, then we're going to really be there to support them and help them grow. And if they grow like we think they're going to grow, then they're going to create more available CMOS for people and of a higher quality. So, really excited about that.
Good.
Yep. And I'm excited about the herbs too. I think that's another thing I got to put on. Sorry?
I was going to say, yeah, I'm going to get some maybe when you get back.
Yeah, I was going to say that. But I don't know about all the herbs that I have, but pretty much most of them, if you ask Matthew and those guys, they either can get it, they either have it or they can get it. Okay, so someone just messaged here, and I didn't see that they were asking, so I apologize. So his question is, can you is your CMOS certified organic? So the answer to that question is all CMOS is certified organic. I don't think it's possible to have inorganic CMOS. So I guess the short answer of it is yes. Yes, my CMOS is organic. But how do I say it? You could pay a company to certify it, but really all they're doing is telling you something that you already know. And so rather than add that money into the like that adds just to the cost of producing that product. And so rather than add that to the cost of the product that which you ultimately pay for, we just don't do it. Because I mean, all Seamoss, like how do you what's the question I'm looking for? How do you determine whether or not a Seamoss is organic or inorganic?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like how is that determined? Because it all grows the same. You know what I mean? It all it requires the same. It's not like one we use pesticides on and the other one we don't. Like there's no pesticides. There's nothing that's used to sort of do any sort of pest management or anything like that. Like you were saying earlier, Asa, the CMOS is added to a line and a rope, and that's it. Like you leave it till you're ready.
Yeah, I think probably a better question would be like, what is in the water that it's growing in?
Thank you.
Because as I kept looking into it, and obviously I'm gonna look into St. Lucia. That's where I'm getting it from. Like I was like, wow, St. Lucia has like these clean, protected waters. Like I think what is there like a treaty or something to protect the marine life and stuff, and not to mention like the volcanic series of volcanoes there. So it has tons of extra added minerals in the water, including sulfur was one of the main ones that popped out to me because that actually like really repairs your DNA and stuff. So I think that would be a better question to ask is what's the environment it's growing in.
And what's even another thing that's important, and I think I touched on earlier, is the soil conditions of the area surrounding the Seamoss. And so, like, if you rain, the rain goes through the soil, and as it goes through the soil, it gets kind of filtered, and it gets enriched with these minerals, and then that pours out in the ocean, and the Seamoss takes that in, and that's where it gets its nutrient. It doesn't come from a rock. You know what I mean? And even that theory, like guys, when you really start like digging deep into that theory, you realize that in order for that to work, the rock that the Seamoss is attached to has to be a particular type of rock with enough minerals to support the plant.
Right.
Yeah. Or to support the algae.
No, like coral has benefits and stuff like that, and I'm pretty sure that I don't know, it's like those imagine it's like it's a biological like the coral is breaking down really, really, really small with sea moss could actually grab it. But
so I mean this sorry to interrupt you, but this is what I learned from talking to the technical guy, the guy that does the Seamoss, and that is that Seamoss doesn't grow in around areas of coral, and the reason being is that coral can't grow in areas of high nitrates, right? And so wherever there's coral around, they know that it's less likely for Seamoss to grow there because there won't be a high level of nitrates.
But it's a big body of water. Like I'm trying to say like pieces of coral has to break off and be in the water like that.
I get it.
Like that.
But
that's what I'm trying to say like.
But the Seamoss is an algae, right? And so what it needs to function and grow is the nitrates, nitrogen or whatever. They use that for the building of the photosynthesis. Now it probably absorbs other minerals in the process, but that's the main component that causes it to grow and to replicate on itself. And so with a lack of nitrates, like the guy was saying to me, the areas that you should be looking to plant for and stuff is areas where there's like seagrass on the bottom. And he said that's an indication that because the grass is growing there, there's enough nitrogen to support that area in future growth.
And that's usually close to the shallowish area.
Yeah, which is near rocks. You know what I mean? So someone may think that it's the rocks that's actually doing it, but I don't think it's the rocks. I think that the nutrients are coming from the runoff from the soil. And the rocks just happen to be next to the soil.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
I even hit up a friend of mine I went to high school with, and I remember she initially started, when she started college, she was going for marine biology, but she told me she had changed that up. But I was asking her um, about the minerals and all that, and I guess her wife or somebody still is a marine biologist or something, and she's gonna get back to me. She's like, "Do you know the scientific name?" I'm like, "Well, there's a few."
Yeah, that's a whole
So I
bunch.
gave her stuff. So just see, she's like, "Yeah, if she doesn't know, she can most likely point you in the right direction and stuff." And I'm like, it's almost like even if you get these people that have studied marine biology, the sea plants, even technically they're not plants, but like it's just easy to call them that. Even if you get all this data and stuff, there's still gonna be those people that's like bullshit.
Always.
They don't want to hear it. They do not want to hear it. I'm like, oh my gosh.
They're like, yeah. They're like, you just want to support big pharma. You want big pharma to win. It's like, no. Where are you getting this from? You know?
This one guy told me I sound indoctrinated. Well, he said indoctrinated. I told him that's not a word.
Yeah.
Like, it's indoctrinated.
Yeah.
And I was just like, well, anybody who studies anything is going to have some of that, a little bit of that, but it's not like I'm biased towards anything that I'm finding. It's just what I found. And if you have something different, then come on with it.
Yeah.
But nobody's really come. I get more out of like talking on here than the people responding that way and stuff. Now I just kind of like laugh about it because it's just like it doesn't make sense to me for you to even comment if you're not gonna participate in. Because a lot of us have the same goal, and that's just to provide a quality product that's healing the world, and just making sure that we're making sure that it stays a quality product. For me, that's the point. Is like I'm not trying to for me, like in the beginning, I was the same. Like anybody else was like, oh, there's full grown and there's farm. I'm like, well, I don't even know that. So I had to check myself and say, like, hey, like, look into this before you start. And that's why I think I moved a little bit slower with my business. And there's a lot of people that's like, oh, you could be doing this and that by now. Like there's people that I've mentioned before that started around the same time as me, and they're making thousands and all this stuff. But it's important to me to know the background of what I'm doing. And I'm a little bit slower paced, and I had to learn that that's fine.
Yeah.
So
listen, it's a marathon, not a race, and it's not like you get a prize for being the first one to win. You get a prize for just completing the race. So just worry about completing the race. Forget about all these people, because how do I put it? It's like you never know what God really has planned for you, and you could be coasting all along, and at the last leg, knock it out the park and pass these guys. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
But ultimately, you shouldn't be worried about these guys. Like, you just worry about yourself. You're worrying about improving yourself. Like, recently, and I even shared this to him. Recently, meeting Alexio had really, I don't want to say, like, just kind of opened my eyes, and it made me question, like, what am I really doing, and am I really investing in myself? Like, how much have I really grown in the last year? You know what I mean? Have I sat on my confidence that I am where I am, and I don't need to do bad. You know what I mean? Like did I get comfortable? You know what I mean? And I
Yeah.
feel in some ways I did. Like I feel like in some ways I stopped really improving myself. Do you know what I mean? Like I look at what I've done so far to improve myself, and I imagine what would myself have been if I had been twice as hard working at it and just a little bit more, diligent or committed to discipline. You know what I mean? To follow through. I might have millions and millions of dollars. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Which is interesting that you bring that up because I remember months ago when you first brought up going to St. Lucia and you were like, I don't know if I'm going to go. And I'm like, hell yeah, you got to go. And I was just thinking, I was excited for you because, like, I'm just thinking about the day that I get to, and not even just St. Lucia, but other places. And I know anytime that I've ever traveled somewhere and got to experience a different vibe and everything, I came back with so much energy that had me lit and ready for whatever came next, and it like pushed me into other directions. And so maybe you just need a little juice like that to get you going and get your wheels turning and all that stuff. So we all get in that space.
that's true. I should take that. That's good advice.
Of course, you have a lot more to think about when traveling. It's just me by myself.
I know.
I don't really have much to worry about.
I think about family and stuff like. The good thing is I'm going to be going half with my family, and then the other half I'll be on my own and stuff like that. And definitely going to take some time to do some meditation. I might fast for a few days and do some prayer. I really want to try and do my best to kind of like reconnect with God in a way that I can better understand what my purpose in all of this is and what I should be doing. But I think I have an idea. But it'd just be nice, you know what I mean, to get, I don't know. Sometimes, like, I just like connecting with God just to feel the pleasure.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And like, I remember having this like experience when I was like up there. So there's a spot like I live like in the St. Lucia. There's an by the airport. There's this big mountain area range, and I live at the top of that. Right, it overlooks all over the community and stuff. But where I am, you can go even higher. And where it is, it's like where this lighthouse is, and it's the elevation is really high up, and it's far. You can see all of St. Lucia. You can see the pitons. You can see the farms and everything. And I remember just there, like after reading my Bible, just not so much praying, but just deep in the thought and listening to the music and just being in awe of the wonders of this world, like realizing like you're only like a little speck in all this. And then as I'm doing that, and I'm just being grateful for being able to even exist, I started having this warmth glow, just kind of like envelop me and stuff. And you know, imagine someone's talking to you, but not in words, but in emotions. And so I know I'm sure if I really understood what the message was trying to say to me, but it was more like, I have something big planned for you. You better get ready because all this stuff is going to, and it was pretty crazy. And I remember crying and crying because whenever I feel like I get connected with God, I can't hold back my tears, right? I just weep. And it was just that weeping and this, this like positive reinforcement and stuff. Just felt good. And yeah, just remember that feeling. And so I'd like to get back to that kind of feeling and have that experience again.
That would be dope. Like, yeah, if you're gonna experience it anywhere, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be here.
Yeah, it's a nice place to experience.
I tried to send you a photo. I think because it's alive, I can't do it. I'll message it to you, but it's from yeah. When you're describing where you were at, I don't know if this area was close to it because it seems like it's more of a touristy area, but it's like at the top of the mountain, and you can like see the where the cruise ships were at and everything, and like I was by myself. Like the people I went with, I think they went zip lining or something like that, but I couldn't go, so I just took a taxi and went up, and I was just standing there, and I was like, man, I just want to sit here. And I felt like, even though I wasn't purposely meditating, I feel like I was lightweight meditating. Like it just came over me. So like everything you're talking about, like I feel like I
You've had that
experienced minutes
experience.
of it.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
relate to what I'm saying. Yeah, man.
And then I also hit the weed all the way down.
Yeah, it does
Taxi
that.
driver.
Well, it's funny you talk about that because I believe that um, like with weed, it helps elevate your mind to a certain like level or frequency. But in our daily usage, we use too much. You know. So
Yes,
UK
and
Moss,
much of it has been compromised.
yes, basically. And it's funny you say that because I always wondered. Okay, so there was a time when marijuana was like, oh, X, this is the worst and stuff. Now, what if these people, like, say there is this conspiracy where there's these people controlling the world, which honestly, I kind of figure out there is a group of people that decide, like, who's going to be a star and who's not going to be, and who they're going to promote and push and who not, right? So, jeez, I forgot the point of the story. I got excited. When you start talking about
Oh,
something.
we
Oh, that's it. Yes, thank you. So back then, the weed was higher in CBD, um, and low in THC. Now imagine the CBD had a positive effect on your mind state or your mental health or whatever. And so, in order to like keep control of us and everything, they had to ban that weed. Like I remember listening to some article where they were saying that basically the reason why the weed was being banished or there was sort of limited is because the American government had a oh shit they had a plan. We're talking about weed, right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they had a plan to what, like, to capitalize
Oh
and
no,
monopolize.
this is what I was telling you. So they said that there was this talk about being brainwashed, like having mind control, and so the idea was that they didn't want people smoking the weed because the mind control wouldn't work, right? And so let's hypothesize because this is all like I'm thinking in my head, right? But imagine the weed at that time was strong in CBD or whatever was strong, and it did render these brainwash effects ineffective. So what they do is they go in and they modify and change the marijuana. So now it's on the opposites end. It has low of that CBD and high of the THC. And what if that's stuff that just makes us like complacent or whatever? And so now that they got the weed at the formula that they really want, now they take all the restrictions and stuff and they feed it to it. It's almost like imagine, this thing was once something that made us smart, and so they tinkered with it, and now it makes us incredibly stupid. And now they're like, okay, now you can have it. you know.
Right.
So check this.
I don't think that's too far fetched.
Yeah, no, but it's possible. So check this out. This question here, it says, "Is your Seamoss from the wild or farm grown?" So the real answer to that is both. My sea moss is both from the wild and it's from the farm grown. So I guess interpret it how you want. But we have
You
done.
better go read that post.
Yes. Well, yeah, she needs to go read that post and realize that there's no difference between farm grown. It's amazing how one person can really have such um, an influence over the market. You know what I mean? Especially when they're not even around. You mean? But how? Like it's almost like I'd love to study Dr. Sabi and understand what he kind of did to create the environment that makes people just kind of like follow him like religiously.
It's a story. It's a
Yes.
story. It's a story, and the way he got there. It's everybody's story. Even Jesus had an amazing story. Buddha had an amazing story.
Mhm.
Everybody gets their story, but his story is really. I mean, everyone can relate to his story. He was unhealthy. He looked for answers. He got it later on in his life. He was unhealthy until late, for like 30 days. But
But that's like typical of any marketing. Like any guy that does this story, you know what I mean? They have the story, they have this. You know what I mean? And this is where I feel like in some ways in society there are a group of people that decide who's going to be popular and who's not going to. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden they're like, let's make Doctor say, let's blow up Seamoss. You know?
But he helped celebrities too. So just like so he helped Michael. Someone that was close to Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson told that story. He helped out Left Eye. So you have to understand, like the people he was touching, he kind of, and the things that he was doing too, like to go against the court and say, I cure AIDS, and then get in trouble for that, and it made it to the newspaper, but they didn't blow it up. And just to say he had the paperwork to say he did it. Now, if he did do that, or if his wife, whoever, but if they did that at that time, that's amazing. That is because people are dying left and right, center, and at that time, that's amazing. That's amazing. So it's just certain things and how he got there, but how with the Seamoss, he could have been wrong on certain things, but I don't know. We don't know if he will come back and he will be talking to us right now, saying, you know what, Julien, you are right. I don't see us far off. You feel me? I don't see us to be far off if he was that type of person. We don't know, but if he was a healing type and he really was a man of science, he could have been a little bit wrong. And he said, you are right.
Yeah.
But we don't know that.
I know.
You probably keep that in mind too. Like,
but that's kind of the problem. These people don't know that, but yet they love to say what they think Dr. Sabi would have said or would have done or this and that. This is like kind of like how the Bible is and Jesus and how everybody has their own interpretation of what God is supposed to mean. Like, um, I now, how do I put it, from being in the church for as long as I have been in this particular church, I now realize how so many people, like I understand why people feel like the church has misled them because there are so many churches where they were teaching you how this and that and it really wasn't like it wasn't fault like too many of the churches follow the rule of law when we should be following the rule of grace because of Jesus dying on our sins. And a lot of people don't even understand what that means. You know what I mean? But from my understanding, what it was is that we were living like God had put this system of rules for us to follow, and we were living under those rules, but the rules weren't good, and like everybody was failing, and no one was, you know what I mean? It was like almost like um, no one could keep. It was almost like he made the rules too difficult, and no one could follow the rules. So he had to come in and change the rules, but he couldn't just come in and just, well, I'm going to change this rule, I'm going to change this rule. He basically gave everybody forgiveness and basically said, like, look, if you fuck up and you missed the rules or you did this, as long as you care about trying to be better and not continue doing these rules, you're forgiven. I've given you grace, and that's what it means. At least that's my experience. You know what I mean? But people forget and they start realizing, and you know what I mean, they start following these laws, and this is where sometimes people talk about the religion controlling you. Like, God doesn't want to control you, he wants you to serve him. Do you know what I mean? And how you serve him is by being good to other men. How is that wrong? Do you know what I mean? Like, could you imagine all of us were Christian, we all cared about like our fellow man, and we all went out of our way to help each other? what the world would be like? Like, forget about God, just us helping each other. And we made it a point, like, that's our culture. Like, we need to do this. This is like, it's your duty to serve each other, you know?
That's what I try to convey when I respond to people is like I'm coming at you with compassion and understanding and like the grace is such a huge word for being such a small word.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually been a big theme for me this past year and a half or so is grace. And a lot of my personal experiences. And so like I was very intentionally listening right now because that's come up so many times. It's grace and gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just it's like you said, it is interesting how he has like this following, but it's the interesting part is the people that just hang on to the bits and pieces that they know of it and blow it up and aren't willing to open their mind
Mm-hmm.
and realize there's a vast amount of knowledge and stuff and information out there that they have yet to acquire when it comes to Seamoss, let alone anything else in life.
Mm-hmm.
I had a girl who responded, and I saw it late. She posted it earlier today to that post. And she said, I just want to say two things. Thank you for bringing light to this highly debated topic, not just based off opinion, but facts and scientific research. And secondly, I followed a few of your posts, your responses to people who try to argue you down are consistently graceful. Kudos to you for that because I'm sure it's not always easy. And I mean, for me, because I practice it constantly and remind myself of it constantly, especially when you're online because people project a lot, it's a little bit easier for me because it's coming from my heart. It's coming from a good place. I mean it. When I say I'm not here to shame you for you feeling like you want it from a rock, you can have it that way. We all have preferences and stuff, but it's just when like the typical response is, "Oh, let me tell you what Dr. Sebi said," and sometimes I feel like that when we tie it back into what we're talking about with church and stuff is I think when I was younger, that's what shied me a little bit away from certain people in the church is because they could never answer of themselves. If God is, spirit, energy, and life source in you, and you are made in His image, then you don't have to necessarily always refer to the Bible. It'll be so easy to argue with people because you just memorize the Bible, you'll memorize everything, and then when somebody brings something up, you just go back to what was said in there. But what do you think?
Yeah.
And what do you feel? And what's in your heart to say to me outside of that? And I'm not doubting the Bible or anything. Because like you said, there's tons of information, life lessons, and things that you can learn from it. And other religions as well. But it's just like, when are we start thinking for ourselves? Because if religion wasn't here, there would still be that life source within us.
Well, yes, that is true. And here's the thing, like, religion is not of God, it's of man. Like, a lot of the stuff that religion says that we're supposed to, that's not what God wants. God wants us to live, He wants to live on earth as if it was in heaven. He wants us to use the keys that He's given us, these rules that help us control and manipulate our world. And when I say our world, your world, my world, we all have our own worlds. And this is my belief, at least, that we have our own worlds and it all intersects. But my world is based on what my beliefs are and what my thoughts are and what my feelings are. I attract all the stuff to make all the things happen in my world. So I can bring things with my mind and I can take things away. Do you know what I mean? Like, with my thoughts, I can, you know what I mean, make things that were there not happen anymore. You know what I mean? I think the problem is that we as humans, we don't understand the control and the ability that we have. You know what I mean? but it's
Yes.
religion is something that man created, and maybe that's why. How do you say it? They say like religion is controlling and stuff, because you know, to me, it's like this: your most important thing is to have your relationship with God. That is first. That is number one, right? And then the church, in my view, it serves the purpose for people to gather together of like-minded ideas, to share those ideas, to learn from each other, and to grow. Do you know what I mean? And and that's it. And to serve God, to go out and assemble ourselves, to go out and do like charity work, other work, help these people talk and stuff like that, and just be available to do the assignments that He sends them. Like I truly believe that God sends me on many assignments. He sent me multiple times. You know what I mean? Where, and some of them are even continuously ongoing. Like I have an assignment with this kid who lives around the corner of my house, and my job is to kind of like look after him and make sure that he's okay. Do you know what I mean? Because when I first met him, when he was like say 5 years old, I took one look at him and God spoke to me. The Spirit spoke to me and said, "This kid is either going to be incredibly smart and amazing, or incredibly evil." And it's kind of like up to you to sort of help guide him. And this is a kid who lives with his grandma. He has never met his parents, or he hasn't seen them. He has no idea where they are, what they do. His grandma is crazy. She won't tell him the truth, right? Which I don't want to get into it because it's a personal story, but like part of his problem, and like now as I see him getting older and the things that he's getting into, it's like, it was almost like I saw the future before it happened, because now I see the kid. He's getting older. He's like massively tall. You know what I mean? He's getting very sort of aggressive. He wants to join the army. He's talking about like inventing like mass destruction weapons. Do you know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
he has no father figure. He has no guy to kind of like guide him and teach him how to be a man and stuff. And I believe that that's my role in his life, is to kind of be not really his dad, but a male figure. You know what I mean? To kind of keep him from turning down the wrong path, because I know how easy that is to happen. Because like growing up, I will never say that I was from the streets, but I hung out in the streets. Do you know what I mean? And so I
Yeah.
would watch people, and some of my friends were some very violent people, and even having conversations with them and just seeing how, these guys could have been different people, and like they get on the wrong train and the wrong track, and it happens. You know what I mean? Like I had a friend, this guy. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I can relate to that
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah, I have a friend of mine who's interesting because his dad was never around. He was East Indian, and he lived like, he told me like how he lived when he was growing up, where he like lived in a mansion and he had servants and all this stuff. And then they came to Canada and his whole life changed, and then something happened between his mom and the dad, and he was just like on his own, and he never saw his dad. And his dad like went on to be like this rich millionaire, because I remember he took me once to meet, and this guy was like fucking straight up hood criminal. Like I'm telling you, this guy was a gangster. Like he was like gangsters. Like he was known in the neighborhood. Like no one fucked with this guy. You know what I mean? They called him Shags, and like, you know what I mean? Like the guy just like fucked people up and shit. And he was my friend because back in the days I used to hustle laptops, and that's how I knew him. He used to like this guy used to boost so much shit. Like he would come in with like 20 brand new computers, and brand new in the boxes and stuff, and just like insane things that this guy would do. And then he takes me to meet his dad, and it's like his dad is in this like super rich area, massive house, and this and this and that, and like, his dad ran a company who basically what they did is they ran a company that he was he was like a third party manufacturer for all his cereals. So like every cereal product that you had, they made the cereal. They were the factory that made the cereal to put in the boxes. Remember how Yusuf earlier was saying like you see how there's one milk, and you think that everybody has their own brand of milk. He's totally right. There's one company that makes they'll make no name like cornflakes. They'll make Kellogg's cornflakes. They'll make this cornflake. It's all the fucking same cornflakes. They just put it in a different box. You know.
So you trying to tell me flakes of frosted and golden frosted are all the same?
Potentially, I don't know. I'd have to look, but that was
no. They probably are.
yeah. Well, that was the business because the guy, when the father met me, he like freaked out because I was probably like, and I'm not saying this to be conceited or anything, but like out of all his friends, I was the most civilized. So imagine he brings me over and I'm like, I totally understand what the guy's saying. I can talk business. His dad fell in love with me. You know what I mean? And so yeah, he was showing me all that stuff. But it's just amazing, like how like your life can change from a few different, you know what I mean? And I was always kind of wondering, like, what the fuck? Like, what is wrong with this guy's dad? Like, he knows his son is problems. Do you know what I mean? The guy used to be in and out of jail like every other month. So like how is that happening? And that's something I can't fucking get about people and their family. Do you know what I mean? Like it's gonna get me upset, but it's just like I have a cousin here. You know what I mean? You'll see him sometimes in the warehouse, and I don't know what happened to him, but like the last time I seen him, this guy was like healthy, everything was fine. You know what I mean? And the next time I seen him, this guy looked like he was addicted to something. Now I find out I think it's just depression and shit like that because he lives alone and stuff. But hell yeah, I started hanging out with that guy and following him around and this and that. And I think it got kind of like out that he was kind of like, what the fuck, you know what I mean? And I told him straight because he was like, oh, people, because I talked to a couple of my other cousins to find out what's going on. And I guess they went back and told him. So he confronts me and is like, oh, people are saying that you think I'm on drugs. And I said, listen, bro, I don't know what the fuck you're on, but you're not on something normal. You know what I mean? So, and I said, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to hang out with you until I figure out what it is. Right. So it's like, and that's to me is like, that's family. Like, I could not sit and sleep and knowing that my cousin is going through something and he needs help, even just to have someone talk to, which I realized that's what it was. It wasn't the drugs. It was just COVID, mentally fucked up a lot of people.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? And so this is a guy who I think for like a year, a guy who used to see his mom like every other week couldn't see his mom for a year. You know what I mean? It was because he was against the COVID vaccination. He didn't want to take it. And his mom refused to see him until he got it. I think he's vaccinated now. But do you know what I'm saying? Like, so imagine your mom is your world and you can't see your world. Because that's what it was like. He's very close to his mom. You know what I mean? Like, of course it's going to mess you up. You know what I mean? Like, anyways.
Yeah.
The good thing is he's hanging out with me now. He comes by the warehouse almost every day, even just to hang out and talk. And I mean, he talks my ear off, which drives me crazy. But I love him, and I'll sit through that in order to make, like, if it's going to make him happy, I'll do it. And sometimes you have to do that for family. That's what's called sacrifice. Oh, shit. Thing charged. Oh, this sucks. That's the problem. Let me see if I can get another charger. So, in case anybody's wondering, like, they just died. The charger for the iPad. I gotta make sure I charge. power mid the show. Let's see if I can get something back. Dum, dum, dum. So your question is, how do I purchase wild grown? You can't. There's no such thing as wild grown. All the Seamoss is wild. You've been tricked. You were lied to. Even the people that think their Seamoss is wild, it's not that wild. It's all farmed. It's all grown on one big giant plantation. Oh, I think I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna probably end it because it's getting late. Wow, 1.1 likes. That's quite a bit of likes. And I'm tired. I want to go to sleep. I gotta get up early in the morning. I don't always why I look at my when I blow my nose like there's gonna be something there. Is anybody watching? Oh, Sean, I didn't even see you there. I think one day I might go through this thing. See, I don't know if everybody's less ready to read this thing and go through it. Practical guide. Oh, wait, here. You know what? I'm tired. I don't want to wait this thing to charge. I think it's going to take forever to charge. So I'm going to close this out. Let's consider Clubhouse done. And oh wait, the phone it is charging. So maybe I'll come back enough just to say bye to everybody. Waiting for this to happen. Actually, to come back here tomorrow. And shit, I gotta pack a lot of fucking Seamoss. I just realized that. I gotta probably pack like 170. I probably have to pack like 200 pounds tomorrow. 300 pounds. It's like, wow, that's crazy. That's a lot of bullshit. You know what? I shouldn't even be playing with this. Let me go to Clubhouse and see if that room is still going on. I have a feeling it's there. Or maybe I closed the room because I left. Oh, there it is. I'm back.
Oh my gosh, I literally was talking this whole time.
I was listening to what you meant.
Oh, okay, because everything went quiet. I couldn't hear anything.
Yeah.
Not even like that or anything.
So what happened was my iPad died, so I had to wait to charge it up.
Yeah, well, I was just dabbling.
What were you babbling about?
Oh man.
You want to start again?
It was a good one.
I'm such a long-winded person. I'm trying to learn how to be more consistent in certain things.
Nah, you could have put that one to start with.
Let me try to put it in a nutshell. I was just talking about
I can't remember. Oh, and now it died again. Oh man. Oh shit. I should have known. Okay. 13, 20, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, I think I'm gonna try to do at least 50 each. Am I able to see who's on here? Who's watching? Top viewers. Oh. I actually had quite a people. Oh, I got 3 diamonds. That's not bad. I don't know what they do with these gifts though.
but yeah, so um, you just talking about the young man it reminded me of the different people that have been that for me in my life.
Nice. Well, I'm glad that you're able to connect with that story. And what's funny is I actually connected with them recently because during COVID and everything, I kind of lost touch with them, especially when I went to uh, whatchamacallit, when I was in St. Lucia, I kind of lost touch with him. Now, before that happened, I was taking him to fencing, right? So he's never done like he wanted to. I can't even remember how we got it. I think my daughter was going to fencing because her friend liked it, and so my daughter was going, and so I was like, "Hey, would you like to try this?" Right? And he loved it, and he did really good. I mean, I'm looking back, and I'm like, I should ask him, like, let's get back into fencing, and let's take it seriously because he could turn this into a sport that he could use to for college and stuff like that. But it was a good learning experience, and it like I feel like it kind of like gave him something to be proud about because he was good at it. This is a kid that like is pretty much really like very antisocial, very awkward. You know what I mean? Like has literally no friends. This is a kid who was at 13 years old, had never went out for Halloween.
Oh wow,
Yeah, could you imagine it? Never had a birthday party.
man.
That's crazy. Like sometimes you like people need to be like you don't realize how hard it is for some people. Do you know what I mean? And it's not to say this kid didn't have a birthday party because he didn't have money. His grandma has money. just the way his grandma like raised him, and just he has no friends. Like literally, he has friends, but they're like online friends and a couple guys on the street, but no one's like his real friend.
Yeah.
And sometimes you need to have a real friend.
Absolutely. Sometimes definitely.
Yeah.
We're not missing at home.
No, but I mean, like, there's times where you have friends and people have friends, but I mean, like, a real friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's important to have that for some people.
Yeah.
Because it's like, it's almost like, if I don't have a real friend, what does that say about me? That's what they end up saying to themselves. At least I guess that. You know what I mean? But it's just a lot of times it's just the way the universe works. It's just the way things are. The way, I even think that sometimes these hardships and stuff happen so that there's something going to be profound that's going to happen to him in the future. You know what I mean? It's just like, and all these experiences he's going through is what's helping to shape that mindset that he'll need for that future.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like with me. Like, and I look back, like, what is it that makes me me? It's the collection of all the experiences and the stuff that I've been through and the stuff that I've done. You know what I mean? And I've done some crazy shit. You know what I mean? Like stuff I can't even talk about. But like yeah, some wild stuff where you're just like, no way you did this. You know what I mean? All that couldn't have happened. This and that, and it's like, yep, it's happened.
Go in the shower.
No, none of that sexual shit, pervert. But I don't know. I mean, I've told you some crazy stories that I've had. Like, I once told the cops. Did I tell you the story about how I told the cops like they came to crash the party, and I told them to come back in 2 hours later, and I will. What was it? Basically, the party was in full swing. Like, you ever watch that movie Project X?
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine the cops showed up at the party, and the party like that was raging like that. And so I told them basically that, like, because they were like, "We're coming in to crash the party," and I started kind of like laughing. I'm like, "Okay, bro, like, go ahead." You know what I mean? And they were kind of like looking at me like, "What the hell is this guy looking at?" I'm like, "Listen, where do you think these kids are going when you crash this party?" I go, "They're going right onto the street, so they're your problem now, because I'll just close my doors and go to sleep." You know what I mean? Like, party done. Oh well, no loss for me. I kind of want them to leave. You know what I mean? I go, but check this out. I go, how about we do it like this? They're here. They're already here. The party's already going on. Come back in like 2-3 hours. By then, I'll play some crappy music, and I'll like people will leave because the party sucks. No one wants to leave the party now because it's like the party's amazing. So even if you crash the party, they're going to hang out on the street and wait till you guys are gone so that they can try and come back in. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So he looks at me and he's like, "Yeah, you got a point." And so they were like, "Okay, fine, we'll come back." And so they came back like that was at like 11 o'clock, and they came back at 1:30, and it was like, "Okay, party done." And we're like, "Okay, party done," and then we ended it. But like at that time, no one did. Like I had to be about 16 or 17 years old when I did that. Like, stood up to the cops and told them what was up and what I think they should do, and they listened.
Yeah. You don't hear that these days.
Oh, it was crazy. It's crazy. Even then, at the time, I remember everybody like flipping out, like, "What did you just do? They left." I was like, "Yeah, let's go, turn it up." Yeah, and like at 17, I would rent speakers. I had a smoke machine at these parties. I had like bubble machine. Like I went like light show. It was crazy. Had a whole DJ booth. So imagine you went to a house party. This was like say 95, 96 or so, and you walk in and there's a fucking light show with smoke machine and a DJ. Like no one was doing that back then. And how I started it like that was because I wanted to do other parties, and I used to get bumped off from all these people, like the wackest DJs would get these gigs, and it was all because they knew somebody. You know what I mean? They knew one of their white friends or whatever, and so I was like, screw you guys, and I started throwing my own parties, and then when other people started realizing how lucrative it was, because I was making money on each party. Like I would throw a party and make like $1,000 or so, and these were all underage parties without alcohol, like with alcohol. I was serving alcohol to underage kids, and I found a loophole in the thing where the cops couldn't do shit. So the loophole was this: is that I would rent these clubs. They were these banquet halls. They were private property, so they couldn't come onto it, right? And I had what's called a special occasions permit. And so the special occasion permit gave permission for them to sell the alcohol on the property, right? But it's like, because it's a private party, they need permission to come in and search and ID everybody. They can't just walk up and say, hey, we're checking everybody. You know what I mean? As long as I maintain the attendance and I have that license, they can't do shit. And I found that out because I was DJing another party where someone was copying what I was doing, and they didn't have because I was throwing house parties, right? So this person was, you know what I mean, throwing the party at a banquet hall, and the cops came in and smashed the place. And the first thing, I'll never forget it, the first thing they asked was, where's your special occasion permit? And then the girl was like, special occasion permit? And they're like, pushed her aside. Okay, everybody, just like, no permit? Party done. Shut it down. Get everybody out. And I looked at it, I was like, I'm getting that permit. Make sure I got the permit. Yeah. That was crazy.
They have that in the U.S. I don't know if they have that in the U.S.
I don't know. But, and then I went to this high school where it was like, I think it was either 75% or 60% of the student body was over the age of 19. Was 19, either 19 and older. Crazy, eh? And so pretty much we couldn't have school dances because no one would go to them, because the first thing they were like, oh, you're serving alcohol? I'm like, no, we can't serve alcohol at a school function. Are you crazy? So I remember being student council president, and one of the things that, and realizing that we couldn't do that, so I started renting like what we call legions up here, and yeah, we did these banquet hall parties, and that's where I would throw them, and like I would sell tickets to go there, and what was it? It was $5 to get into the party, but if you bought a ticket in advance for $5, you got 2 free beers, and the 2 free beers were $2.50 retail, because I was getting like I was selling them at the bar for $2.50 or 2 for $5, $3 each, and I was paying $1 for them. Back then it was like $1 a beer, so I was making $2 off every drink. Crazy, yeah. And then I would have like 300 or 400 people at the party, and so you would basically get into the party. Like I pretty much sold it all pre-sale tickets, because everybody looked at it and said, we're basically getting it free because you're going to buy 2 beers anyways. So automatically I made $3 off me. Plus I cleared out the beer to make sure that I didn't get left over with any beer, because that would come out of the profits. And keep in mind, I did this when I was like 17, 18 years old.
That's what's amazing about most love stories. Is like who's doing that at that age.
No
I
one
mean,
was.
I was probably the kid at somebody's party that was doing that at that
Yeah.
age.
No one was really doing them that age. But nowadays, you can't do that. Like back then, we could get away with a lot of shit. You know what I mean? And no one have to worry about it. Now, today, you can't do that kind of stuff. You know?
Yeah.
But it all created character. You know what I mean? It all prepared me for this kind of life, or what I'm doing now. You know what I mean? Having certain
Yep.
fearless moments, and definitely my ability, my how do you say it?
my personable ability, and a lot of that came from hosting and organizing parties and making people feel comfortable and making sure that they didn't feel awkward coming into it. You know, one of the thing that's crazy is that someone just come in and said, "I just got you in 4K." I don't know what that means, but congratulations. Uh, someone on TikTok told me maybe they're copying what I'm saying. Where was I going? I got distracted. I forgot.
That we can't do the party stuff and all that same way these days. And I forgot.
Yeah, it's okay.
You started talking.
No, I was starting into something else, and that's why I know it's like I hadn't really formed my idea yet, so it would be hard to follow. Well, fuck it, it'll come to me.
Hey, when you go to St. Louis, you think you're gonna go to Kailash Mountain?
I don't know. I might check out his restaurant.
Oh, Buddha 7.
Yeah, the Food of Seven. You know, he has a TV show, eh?
Yeah. Not every night, but they're on Calabash TV.
Yeah, every other night, Calabash TV. Called I think it's called the Group of Seven.
It's the Food of 7.
The Food of Seven, yeah. And yeah, it's pretty interesting thing to. So to answer your question, I don't know, but I will be hanging out with some. But you know what? I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. Because I don't want to talk about someone I really don't know, but I just have a feeling that I wouldn't really vibe with Kailash.
You gotta don't put it out there until you feel a person. You gotta like go be around it. I know what you're trying to say because sometimes as a person as how he is and with the position that he holds, how stern he might be sometimes, but he seem funny. It seems like when you get around it, you might have to vibe with him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I mean, just in the reason why I say I'm gonna ask you if you're gonna go because it would seem like y'all connect on a whole bunch of levels, spiritually on a spiritual level.
But there's I don't know. I'll look into it. But there's so many other healers and stuff. So I probably will hook up with healers and other kind of like herbalists and stuff like that. Like even the guy that collects the herbs for Kailash, he's now working with us, and we're getting herbs from him. That's where we're getting most of our herbs from. And well, like we're getting herbs from other people. It's like the difference that these guys with the herbs, it's like night and day. Like literally night and day. Like, the stuff is so good, cut so well. You know what I mean? Real clean, high premium shit.
That's love.
Yeah. But you know what? It is 2:30, and I have a feeling that if I don't kind of close it out soon, it's going to be about 3:30, 4 o'clock, and I have a fucking super busy week this week. It is probably going to be one of the most busiest weeks that I've had in a long time because I'm trying to get away to go away, get ready for the trip.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we don't hear from you Wednesday, it's all good. Enjoy your trip, and I'll be checking to see if you're posting anything for sure.
Cool. Yeah, I'll be back and on Wednesday for sure.
Okay. All right, y'all. You have a good night.
All right, good night, everyone.
Enjoy yourselves.
Oh, you're still up? I thought you had fallen asleep.
No, I've been actually bagging up this whole entire time. But I had, so I have on the gloves most of the night. And so I can't actually press any buttons until I take off the gloves.
I know what that's like. Sometimes you're like with your hand trying to get it out.
So I just sit here and listen. And yeah, I just soak up everything. So it's wonderful.
Yeah.
I've been having a blast the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, fuck, yeah. Then Wednesday. Thanks for listening, guys, and hanging out with me. And hopefully, I'll get my Instagram back by Wednesday. I'm gonna spend a little bit of time and just actually, you know what? That's what I forgot to do. So at some point, I think he like let it out that he was from Belarus, and so I'm gonna wait until like 4 in the morning in Belarus, and then I'm gonna try and get access because I think he's like if he's up, he can stop me when I'm trying to block in because he gets a notification. But if he's sleeping, it might buy me some time to get in there. So let me see what I think it's not too late. What is the time in Belarus? It might be too late. It's 9:30 unless he sleeps in. Anyways, let me get going. I gotta get to bed anyways. So.
All right, y'all have a good one.
All right, talk to you guys later. That was awesome. Awesome. Thanks, guys, for watching and listening. And hopefully, I'll get my Instagram back. Until then, you guys have a lovely day. And don't forget to take your Seamoss. Take care. And bye, TikTok. Make sure you take your Seamoss. And thank you those who bought the purple Seamoss. I appreciate it. You guys have a lovely day.